Hey guys. This is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry awakened godly power against Voldemort. Here is short summary. When a surprising gift from Uncle Vernon gives Harry a powerful edge, he finds himself armed with a new way to challenge Voldemort. Will this unexpected tool turn the tide in his fight against the Dark Lord? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Dear Mr. Potter, you were correct when you supposed that the Gone was too obscure to write about. I have forwarded the only book in stock that I was able to find on Gones, and I beg you take it without worrying about the charge. The book looks as if it has sat in my inventory for many years, and upon further investigation I was able to learn that it was written by a squib and as such must not be of any value or importance. The rest of the letter continued on in that vein, and Harry tossed it aside. He had finally found a way to protect himself without getting expelled, and he wasn't going to waste a moment. Modern Arms by Sergeant Major Nigel Smythe, British Army Ret. Harry opened the cover and was immediately stunned by his good fortune. The first chapter was entitled, Simple Potions for Maintenance. A cursory glance revealed that most of the potions could be brewed by a first year with very few magical ingredients. Over the next week, Harry brewed several potions. The first was a simple cleaning potion that removed caked oil and dirt. The second was a potion that strengthened the frame. The third potion restored Harry's ammunition to a like new condition. And the fourth ensured that he would never lose his new weapon against the dark. Harry carefully propped up his book and checked to make sure that his pistol was unloaded, as the book had suggested he do every time he picked it up. Copying the firing stance illustrated in the book, Harry spent several minutes cocking and firing his revolver at imaginary targets. I have a surprise for you the next time we meet, Tom, Harry smiled. A very big surprise. Open up, boy. Vernon pounded on the door. Looks like some freaks are bothering the people in the house across the street. What are they dressed in? Harry broke open his pistol and began feeding the fat cartridges into it. Black with white masks, Vernon glanced at his suddenly dangerous nephew. Just making sure, Harry closed the action and put a handful of the precious cartridges in his pocket. I might be late for dinner. I'll be sure to save something for you. Vernon gave a sadistic smile. Give him hell, boy. Stay inside. Harry shoved the pistol in his belt and headed for the front door. I think you'll be safe here. Harry crept out the front door and immediately became aware of half an order guard's whispered call for help. Ignoring the man, Harry fixed his eyes on the group terrorizing the people across the street and nearly fainted in relief. For one thing, there couldn't be more than 4 of them. For another, there didn't appear to be any inner circle members. It looked like a group of new recruits had come to his neighborhood by chance. Harry was going to make sure they didn't survive such a fatal mistake. Pulling the heavy pistol out of his belt, Harry concealed it behind his leg and approached the group at a fast walk. What do we have here? One of the Death Eaters noticed as Harry came within a few feet. Another Vic. Harry raised the revolver and put a bullet into the man's throat, silencing him forever. 2 of the other Death Eaters stared down at their bleeding comrade with identical looks of shock. This wasn't the way things were supposed to happen. People weren't supposed to fight back. No one was supposed to get hurt. Well, no one of importance. The third Death Eater whipped his wand out and shot 2 quick curses. Harry retaliated by showing once again that accuracy was more important than speed in a gunfight by putting his next bullet in the man's chest. Oh gee. Harry's third bullet shattered the man's jaw and his fourth entered right below the left eye. The last Death Eater raised his wand with a trembling hand and died as Harry's 5th and final bullet entered the man's chest and shredded his heart. From start to finish, the fight had been over in less than 6 seconds. Bloody hell. Harry spun to engage the man behind him. It's me. I'm order. Harry shoved the pistol back into his belt and clenched his hands to stop their shaking. Is help going to come soon? Harry asked after he managed to suppress his stomach's desire to empty itself. Why? Yes. The man removed his invisibility cloak and stared down at the Death Eaters in shock. What did you do to them? The same thing they would have done to me, Harry replied evenly. Only I didn't prolong it as much as they would have. Bloody hell, the man repeated himself. I don't. "Are you all right, Harry?" Dumbledore called out. The order had arrived. "I'm fine," Harry nodded. "What happened to the Death Eaters?" The headmaster stared down in shock. "I killed them," Harry answered bluntly. "I don't think they were here for me though." "How could you do something like this, Harry?" Dumbledore removed one of the masks. "They're just children, not much older than you are. Why couldn't you have taken them alive?" "Why should I take them alive?" Harry looked down at the bodies without a hint of remorse. "They would have done the same to me." "If we had taken them alive, they might have changed," Dumbledore explained. "Even if they had gotten away, we still might have been able to bring them back into the light." "I don't care about them." Harry's temper was beginning to fray. "I'd rather think about other people." "What other people?" the headmaster challenged. "The ones I've saved," Harry snarled. "Like it or not, those are 4 Death Eaters that will never hurt another person. You can't just go around killing people." The headmaster tried his kindly grandfather voice. "There are more civilized ways of dealing with things." "Like what?" Harry challenged, waiting until they realize the error of their ways, hoping that the Great Phoenix will come and make everything better. A ragged cheer from one of the watchers clued Harry to the large crowd that had come to watch the confrontation, including the minister and several reporters. "Harry," the headmaster began gently, "you need to control your anger. I remember another angry young wizard that came to Hogwarts a few years ago. I don't want you to end up like he did." "We're through." Harry wasn't going to take it anymore. "There is no more you and me, old man. We're done with each other." "We're not finished with this conversation, Harry." The headmaster kept his normal look of serenity. "May I have everyone's attention?" Harry called out, ignoring the headmaster. "I'm ready to give my statement." Reporters and ministry officials flocked to hear his word. Reporters clutched their quills and Fudge stood proudly at his shoulder. "I killed several people today," Harry began. "But since they were all Death Eaters, well, let's just say that I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. I've been fighting Voldemort since I entered the wizarding world, and so far as I'm concerned, this is just the latest in a long series of skirmishes." "Mr. Potter," one of the reporters waved his hands to get attention. "What are your plans now?" "My plans," Harry smiled, "are to leave the wizarding world. The last year has shown me what you truly think of me. An attention-seeking boy is what your paper called me, isn't it? From now on, the wizarding world can rot for all I care. So long as Voldemort leaves me alone, then I have no reason to take an active role in his defeat. If you want my help, then you'll have to pay me quite a bit for it." "You can't be serious," one of the reporters managed to do more than stare in shock. "You can't abandon us like that." "Why not?" Harry shrugged. "You all abandoned me. So long as Voldemort leaves me alone, then I will leave him alone. I would like to add that it would also be in his best interests to leave the Muggle world alone." "Why should he leave the Muggles alone?" The reporter clung to his professionalism. "Because there are more of them and they are better at killing," Harry laughed. "I suggest you look up the Manhattan Project if you doubt me." "What is the Manhattan Project?" "Do your job," Harry smiled. "I'm not going to do it for you." "One last question, Mr. Potter," the reporter swallowed. "Why do you think we should pay you to help us?" "I'd be just as happy if you didn't and left me alone. But to answer your question, why in the hell should I risk my life for you for nothing? I've done it in the past and I would have been happy to be repaid with nothing. Instead I received slander. I'm tired of it. Aurors risk their lives and they are well compensated. Is it so much to ask that I be given the same consideration?" Harry took a deep breath and looked around at the gathered faces. "So in summation, kill all the wizards you want. Leaving the Muggle world alone would be the intelligent thing to do. And if you lot of morons want my help, pay me." Harry shook his head and began to walk away. He had things to pack. "You can't do this, Harry." The headmaster grabbed him on the shoulder. "I can't let you condemn innocent people to death by your inaction." "I learned from your example," Harry sneered. "How many people did the order save this summer?" "None." Harry shook off the hand and began walking again. "You can't do this to people." The headmaster couldn't believe the way things were going. "You think so?" Harry drew his wand. "I know so, Harry." The headmaster allowed himself to relax. "Watch me." Harry snapped his wand and threw the pieces on the ground. "What have you done?" Dumbledore looked down at the remains in horror. Ignoring the headmaster, Harry entered the house. That fake wand was the best galleon he'd ever spent. What do you think you're doing? Vernon purpled. You're leaving the fight. You're going to let them live. Didn't you listen, Uncle? Harry smiled. I told them that I'd only fight for pay. So you're going to get the freaks to pay you to kill more freaks? Vernon gave a slow nod. I think I might be proud of you, Harry. Thank you, Uncle. Harry nodded. I'll be going. You might be safe here, but it might be a good idea to take that overseas transfer. Vernon nodded. Goodbye, boy. I doubt we'll ever see each other again. I'll try to remember to send newspaper clippings every time I kill some more of them, Harry smiled. I'm afraid that they'll be my sort of newspaper though. Appreciate it, boy. Vernon nodded. And I'll be happy to read them, even if they are your sort of paper. Harry nodded and began walking up the stairs. He had things to pack. The first thing that Harry did upon returning to his room was to clean and reload his revolver. The book had stressed the need to immediately clean after firing, and Harry did not know enough to take the chance of delaying for a few hours. Harry made sure to take his time and get everything in the room that belonged to him, and after a moment of thought he included the books that his cousin never read. Waste not, want not. Dragging his heavy trunk behind, Harry walked out into the street and watched for a few seconds as the Minister of Magic was mobbed by reporters, all demanding to know what he had done to drive the savior of the wizarding world away. Turning his head, he watched for a few more seconds as the order gathered around the headmaster like a group of sheep seeking comfort from the storm. Shaking his head, Harry began dragging his heavy trunk up the street. He wasn't going to stay here a moment longer than he had to. Hello, Harry. Rita had noticed the young hero's return, and she had no intention of passing up the chance to get a better story. Care to answer a few questions for me? Which newspaper? Harry didn't bother to look at the woman. He was past the point of caring about niceties. I'm still at the Quibbler, Rita answered quickly. On a few conditions, Harry nodded. You only send this to the Quibbler. If they want more, then they go through the Lovegoods. You report what I say accurately. One embellishment and I'll never give you so much as the time of day after this. And finally, you cast a featherlight charm on my trunk. A featherlight charm? It's heavy and I don't like having to move it, Harry replied quickly. Well? Yes, Rita nodded. Of course, I'll agree to your conditions. Good, Harry smiled. You have until I decide to summon the night bus. I'll need to ask you to use your wand for that. Why? I'm sure a reporter as skilled as yourself will manage to figure it out, Harry smirked. First question. Could we get around this corner first? Rita looked back nervously. I'd rather not have to share you with the other reporters. As you like, Harry nodded. About that featherlight charm. Of course, Rita quickly cast the charm. May I ask what your plans are now? Now? Harry paused for a moment. I'm going to find a place to live and have a quiet life. You mentioned that you'd be willing to fight for pay? Rita had a parchment out and was frantically writing. How much? That all depends on the minister, Harry smiled. I won't even be able to do it unless he gives the okay and grants me a few things. Like what? Rita's eyes gleamed. She loved making people's lives difficult, and she was sure that Harry's answer would make the minister's life very difficult. Well, Harry smiled. Off the top of my head. Immunity from the underage restrictions for me and anyone that I chose, immunity from prosecution for myself and anyone I chose, and access to the ministry's archives and resources. Why did you add immunity from prosecution? Rita looked up from her notes. The minister tried to punish me for self-defense last year. Harry waved his hand in the direction of the park. I protected myself and my cousin from several dementors, and I was charged and tried for it. I don't trust the ministry and I've lost faith in everyone else. Summon the night bus, please. Right away. Rita held up her wand and the night bus appeared with a bang. One last question. What's your response to the people who say that you're abandoning the wizarding world in its hour of need? Harry paused, halfway up the steps. They abandoned me first. Where to? Stan eyed Harry as he stepped onto the bus. The Leaky Cauldron, Harry yawned as he handed over a few coins. Wake me when we get there. Harry walked to the back of the bus and made himself comfortable. Tomorrow promised to be a very interesting day. We're here, sir, Stan called out to wake his frightening passenger. Thank you. Harry stood up and walked out of the bus without a backward glance. Every conversation ceased as Harry walked into the bar, and every eye turned to look at the famous scar on his forehead. Hello, Tom. Harry ignored the watchers. How are you tonight? Fine, the innkeeper smiled. You want your usual room? Please, Harry nodded. And could you send up some food? I didn't get a chance to eat today. Right away, Tom nodded. It'll be up as soon as I can get it made. What would you like? Give me whatever you recommend, Harry smiled. I know you wouldn't give me anything but the best. Yes, sir. Tom straightened up. Here's your key, sir. Thank you, Tom. Harry took the key with a smile. You're one of the best. Harry walked up the stairs to his room and pulled out a piece of parchment. He had no doubt that the minister would fall over himself and give anything he asked for. He also knew that he was going to need to know a lot more if he was going to successfully bring his half-thought-out plans to life. Mr. Smythe, I have recently read your book and I was hoping that you could recommend more books on using magic with firearms. Signed, Harry James Potter. Harry looked at the letter. With luck the man would reply with a list of books or a place that he could get a bit of training. Harry gave the letter to his owl and then sat down to reread one of the chapters. He had a feeling that he'd need to the information soon and he wanted to be as familiar with it as possible. Mr. Potter. Tom knocked on the door. I have your dinner ready. Thank you, Tom. Harry opened the door. Come in. I made you quite a bit of food. Tom lifted the lid to reveal the dinner. I hope you don't mind, but you always look so thin and well. It's all right, Tom. Harry smiled. I appreciate it. I'll try to eat as much as I can. Can I ask you a question? Tom smiled nervously. A man came in earlier and said you plan to leave the wizarding world. I'm considering it, Harry nodded. After the last year. Well, I'm just tired of all the slander and responsibilities. You'd really leave us to, you know who? Tom asked nervously. I told the press that I'll no longer be so proactive unless I get paid. Harry held up his hand. Preferably by the ministry, and they'll also have to grant me a few concessions. If I'm going to fight in this war, then I'm going to do it my way. You're only interested in money. No, Harry shook his head. I don't particularly care about money, but I can't fight alone. I'll need money for resources and to pay my bills. It's only fair, isn't it? Aurors and hit wizards don't do their jobs for free, and normal people aren't expected to go out looking for trouble. I suppose that's reasonable, Tom nodded slowly. All I was trying to do is tell Fudge that if he wants my help then he is going to have to let me do things my way. Harry smiled. I just did it in the only way I thought a politician would understand. So you're not leaving us? Tom wanted to make one thing sure. Not unless Fudge makes me, Harry smiled. You're good people, and I will protect you if the minister lets me. Thank you, Tom sagged in relief. If you'll excuse me, I gotta go downstairs and straighten a few people out. Goodbye, Tom. Harry smiled. I enjoyed our talk. Tom closed the door behind him and Harry started eating. Halfway through his meal, he was interrupted by the return of his owl. Hello, girl. Harry smiled. How are you? Hedwig held out her leg to present the letter she carried. What's this? Harry took the letter and gave his owl a treat. Mr. Potter, I am currently in the Regimental Association building. This is a private club located 2 blocks away from the Leaky Cauldron. I am available for a meeting now or at any time after 5 most nights. I await your reply or your presence. Signed, Sergeant Major Smythe, British Army Ret. Harry looked at the letter in shock. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine a reply like this. Throwing on his coat and shoving his pistol in his belt, Harry ran down the steps to the bar. Aurors get paid for this and have ministry support. Tom was in the middle of a conversation when Harry walked into the main room. I'll be out for a bit, Tom. Harry called out over his shoulder. I've got an important meeting I need to go to. I'll put a heating charm on your dinner, Tom called out after him as he rushed through the front door. Excuse me, sir. Harry stopped the first man he saw. You wouldn't happen to know where the Regimental Association building is, would you? Down the street and on the left, the man pointed. It's easy to miss, so keep your eyes open. Thank you. Harry ran down the street and nearly missed the building. Gasping for breath, Harry walked up to the plain door and lifted the knocker. Yes. The door cracked and a pair of eyes stared out suspiciously. What do you want? I have a meeting with Sergeant Major Smythe. Harry fought to keep his face impassive. And I'd rather not keep him waiting. Come in. The old man opened the door. Thank you. Harry's breathing returned to normal. Come with me. The old man motioned for him to follow. Sergeant Major Smythe is in the smoking room. The old man led Harry over several thick red carpets and down a hall with ornate mahogany paneling and finally ended in front of a nondescript door with a brass plate that labeled it the smoking room. "Sergeant Major Smythe," the old man opened the door and called out, "I have a visitor for you." "Send him in," a deep voice called back, "and send up a bottle of Lafroig." "Right away, Sergeant Major," the man nodded. "Come in, Mr. Potter." Sergeant Major Smythe waved Harry over. "And have a seat." "Thank you." Harry took a seat. "I have to admit that I'm a bit surprised at how fast you replied." "And I'm a bit surprised you came at all," the sergeant major laughed. "Why did you want to know more about small arms?" "Because I killed 4 Death Eaters today," Harry replied bluntly, "and I don't think I could have done it so easily without my grandfather's pistol." "You want to know more about firearms so you can kill more of them?" "I want to know more about firearms so I can kill them all." Harry leaned back. "I've been in this war since I was a year old. I have no desire to be in this war for any longer than I have to." "I see," Sergeant Major Smythe nodded. "You plan to do all this by yourself?" "If I have to," Harry nodded. "I had some friends help me a few weeks ago. I think they'd be willing to help me again." "Children? They're all I have." Harry frowned. "Most of the adults aren't willing to help, and I can't trust most of the adults that are willing to help." "Why not?" Sergeant Major Smythe held up his hand. "I'm not arguing with you, I'm asking for information." "They work for one of 2 people." Harry held up 2 fingers. "Albus Dumbledore or Minister Fudge. I wouldn't trust Fudge to pick his own nose. Asking for his help is worse than asking for none at all." "Your whiskey, sir." The old man from before put a bottle and a couple glasses on the table, then took his leave. "And Dumbledore?" the sergeant major asked quietly. "Is so blinded by the so-called greater good that he doesn't care much about the little people," Harry snorted. "Unless of course they're Death Eaters trying to redeem themselves. Taking a bunch of untrained school children into the fight is the same as asking for them to be killed." Smythe smiled. "Hard experience has taught me that much. I don't have anyone else." Harry shook his head. "I wish I did, but there's no one else that can help. Look around you." The old man waved his hand. "Do you know where you are?" "In a private club," Harry nodded. "Why?" "In a private club for squibs," Smythe corrected. "Squibs that left their family to serve the Empire, squibs that spent years in the military." "Why so many?" Harry started to smile. "It used to be the custom to send any sons without magic into the army to get rid of them," Smythe smiled. "It was a way to get rid of unwanted sons for many people. The wizarding world just took advantage of it." "Do they still do it?" "No." The old man shook his head. "The army and the Empire have both shrunk, and the Death Eaters made it a priority to eliminate any squib that they could find. The squib's blood was tainted, don't you know?" "No offense," Harry smiled. "But do you really think a bunch of old men can make that much of a difference?" "Your war with Voldemort," the old NCO smiled, "is nothing to us. At best it's a minor insurgency. We know how to fight and we know how to kill." "And you know about the wizarding world," Harry smiled. "I told them that I wouldn't fight unless they gave me pay, and a few concessions. Would everyone really be willing to fight with me?" "Willing to fight and follow orders," Smythe nodded. "Why would they follow my orders?" Harry blinked. "I'm just a kid." "They're used to their officers being half-trained children," Smythe smiled. "Just leave everything to me." "They'll really join us?" Harry still couldn't believe it. "When they could stay here and enjoy their retirement?" "I'm almost 100 years old," the old man smiled coldly. "I retired from the army in the late 1950s and I was lucky to stay that long. I have 2 grandchildren and 1 great-granddaughter in your school. You come here and you offer me a chance to go back to the army. You sweeten the deal by offering me a shot at the men who want to hurt my cute little great-granddaughter, and you expect me to turn you down? I'd pay you for a chance to do either one, and every man here would do the same. Can you tell me how to get a bit of training?" Harry gave a weak smile. "I did write to you in hopes of learning to use my pistol better." "What kind of pistol do you have?" The old sodder leaned forward. "I don't know," Harry admitted. "I could show it to you if you like." "I'd like." Smythe nodded. "One moment." Harry pulled out the large pistol and broke it open to unload it. "Your book said to always unload a firearm before handing it to someone," Harry explained as he set the revolver on the table. "Glad you paid attention." Sergeant Major Smythe nodded. It's a Webley MKV, fires .455 caliber bullet. You say this was your grandfather's? Yes, Harry nodded. That's what my uncle said. He said that my grandfather was in the army during and after the war and that he worked for something called the Special Air Service after the war. Sport and social. The old man suppressed a laugh. Do you know what his rank and name was? My uncle said he was a major. Harry licked his lips. And he would have been named Evans. That was my mother's name. Evans. The old soldier nodded. I might have known an officer by that name. It'll help you to have had him in your family. Why? Harry was a bit confused. Blood will tell, Smythe smirked. Some of the men will feel better knowing that you had officers in the family. They're old and they still have the idea that the young gentleman is special. Oh. Is there anything I can do to prepare? Harry was not going to let these men down. I'm sure the minister will cave to my demands and I don't think it will take him much time to do it. First things first, Sergeant Major Smythe stood up. Oh Henry, Jones, McLean. Get over here. What do you need, Smythe? A man with a scar going across the bridge of his nose gave Harry a curious glance. What would you give me to get back into the army? Smythe grinned. Well, one of the men began. I already gave my left hand, so what do you want? I'm going to give all of you a chance to re-enlist, Smythe smiled. We're forming a regiment and our young gentleman here was kind enough to offer me the post of regimental sergeant major. We're in, the third man replied quickly. Anything is better than spending the rest of my life rotting away here. Give me a purpose again and I promise that you won't be disappointed. I called you over here because you all retired as senior non-commissioned officers, and everyone knows that good sergeants make a good unit. Smythe smiled. Mr. Potter has agreed to give me free hand with the enlisted men and I've decided that I want the three of you to help me get things started. Do we come in with our old ranks? One of the old men asked seriously. That's all yet to be decided. Smythe took a sip. Mr. Potter is still in talks with the government, but I expect that he'll be able to tell us more soon. I just wanted to give you an idea of what's happening ahead of time so you could prepare for it. Thank you, Mr. Potter. One of the old men had tears in his eyes. You won't regret giving us this opportunity. I know, Harry smiled. You're the best the Empire produced. I'm just lucky for the chance to command you. To the regiment, Smythe held up his glass. The regiment, the others held up their glasses. You men spread the word, Smythe commanded. I want everyone to be ready for when Mr. Potter decides to give the green light. So tell me, Mr. Potter, Sergeant Major Smythe waited until the other men left. What are your plans? Now, Harry exhaled. I don't know, everything seemed so clear and now it's all moving so fast. Get a plan, sir. Smythe looked Harry in the eye. That's your job, you plan things and inspire the men. I take orders and make things happen. Okay. Harry's eyes lost focus. There are military people that march in parades, right? Yes, there are, Smythe agreed. Why don't we be those? Harry smiled. It would make it easier for us to carry guns, wouldn't it? No. But you might be onto something, sir, Smythe nodded. It might give us legitimacy. They might let us back into the army if we tell them we want that we were a ceremonial unit. Good, Harry nodded. I was also thinking that if we were to get some nice uniforms, we might be able to put men around some of the places that have a high risk of attack. With nice uniforms they'd just be decorations, no one would notice them, right? Oh, they'd notice them. Smythe nodded. They don't become invisible for quite a while, but I think the idea has merit. Any other ideas? Your book mentioned that a well-trained rifleman could hit a target at 800 yards. Harry licked his lips. Could we put men on the rooftops? That way if there's an attack they'd be out of sight and could shoot down at the Death Eaters. So you want us to fight a defensive war then? Smythe nodded. At first, Harry admitted. I think it might be a while before we start fighting back. I agree, Smythe nodded. I think. A regal-looking owl interrupted the man by landing on the table. That you have a message, Smythe finished with a smile. Harry read the message. Minister Fudge wants to speak with me. He wants to know what he can do to get me to return to the wizarding world. When does he want to meet? Smythe grinned. He was going to enjoy working with this boy. Right away. Harry read the last lines of the letter. He wants to hold a public meeting at the Leaky Cauldron. Tell him that you'll be there in 15 minutes, Smythe advised. With your permission, I'd like to come with you. Might be a good idea to have one of the lads come too. Do it, Harry nodded. Any idea how I should handle this? With your permission, sir, Smythe smiled. We'll give them a show. You walk in and me and say McLean will trail behind you. You sit through the meeting and look annoyed and we'll make any suggestions that need to be made. That sounds fine, Harry nodded. Thank you. Yes sir, Smythe stood up. McLean, get over here. You called? We're going to go to a meeting with Mr. Potter, Smythe smiled. Shouldn't be too difficult. Mr. Potter has these bums over a barrel and with luck they won't be too difficult. So why are we coming? I've found that it's much easier to negotiate with two evil-looking thugs standing behind me. Well, provided they're my thugs of course. Smythe grinned. Mr. Potter tells me that the current minister is a worm. Spineless, McLean nodded. I'm in, sounds like fun. Hello Harry. The minister stood and all eyes turned to watch the boy who lived. I'm here to see if we can't put aside the misunderstanding we had earlier and to see what we can do to get you to return to the wizarding world. Thank you, Minister. Harry ignored the man's outstretched hand and sat without waiting for the invitation. Though I do wonder how you're going to do that. Well, Fudge fought hard to keep his smile and sat down. You mentioned that you'd like to be exempt from the underage restrictions on magic? Among other things, Harry nodded. Well, you have it. Fudge smiled like he had just handed over the crown jewels. I'm afraid I can't give you any money though. Why not? A voice called out from the crowd. Aurors get paid and they haven't done half the things Harry has. Fudge looked around nervously at the crowd, muttered their approval of the statement. What I meant is that I can't just pay for you to come back. Fudge's fake smile widened. I would be happy to pay you to fight you know who. How much? Smythe glared down at the minister. Young Mr. Potter has already risked his life for you several times and he's going to need funding if you want him to be able to do it again. I think you'll find this more than generous. Fudge wrote a number on a piece of parchment and pushed it across the table. I think you'll find this one more realistic. Smythe added a few zeros and passed it back. That's outrageous, Fudge blustered. You're right, Smythe nodded. I can't believe that he's willing to risk his life for so little either, but I don't think we can put a price on the safety of the wizarding world. Mutters of agreement reached the minister's ears and he smiled wildly. Why don't we give you a bit more than you're asking for, and then why don't you tell us a few of your plans, Harry? Thank you, Minister. Harry smiled. I'm planning to gather together a small group to defend the wizarding world, and I'd like to set up a small school to train people in defensive tactics to help them protect their families. That's all? Fudge blinked. To start with, Harry nodded. I hope to be able to do more over time, but as you said, our funding is rather low. Well then I insist on giving you more. Fudge added another zero and held the amount up for the public to see. The safety of these people is worth more to me than mere gold. Would you mind writing out the letter of marque now, Minister? Smythe smiled widely, so that the press can get a good look at it? What? Fudge looked up in shock. You don't expect Harry to go after Death Eaters without some form of legal protection? Smythe looked around. After all, it's necessary for Aurors to be authorized to do things that regular people are not in order for them to do their jobs. Yes, well. Fudge looked around nervously. And McLean here was kind enough to draw up the paperwork. Smythe handed over a long roll of parchment. Just sign at the bottom and a copy will be sent to you and to the press. Of course, this was not going the way Fudge had expected it to. How silly of me to forget. It happens to the best of us, Harry nodded. There's just one more thing I'd like from you. Yes. Fudge was resigned to his fate. I would just like a letter of introduction to the director of whatever office coordinates things with us in the Muggle government. Harry smiled. One that mentions that I have your full confidence and support in my project. Of course, Fudge couldn't understand why Harry was finishing with such a minor request. May I ask why? It's something to do with Muggles. Harry waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. I'm sure that it's nothing worth wasting any more of the minister's time. Of course. Fudge wrote out a quick letter and handed it over. It was just idle curiosity on my part. Good luck and good hunting. Thank you, Minister. Harry smiled. I'm sure you must be busy, so I won't take up any more of your time. Goodbye, Harry. The minister stood, and this time Harry took his outstretched hand. I'm glad that we were able to resolve our little misunderstanding. So am I, Minister. Harry couldn't believe things had gone so smoothly. That went well. Harry muttered as he watched the minister leave. I wonder why. Did you perhaps tell someone your side of the story before you went? Smythe glanced around the room. You got a lot more support than he expected you would. He also thought you were bluffing until he saw your reaction to his first offer. Do you think we have time to meet with the government? Harry smiled and waved to the crowd. Not tonight. Smythe shook his head. Give me that letter and I'll have the boys arrange things for tomorrow. Okay. Harry nodded. Do you need me for anything else? No, sir. Smythe shook his head. Not tonight. Then I'm going to finish my meal and get some rest. Harry yawned. See you tomorrow. Good night. Smythe nodded for the other two men to join him. It was a pleasure talking to you today. Pleasure was all mine. Harry smiled. For the first time since hearing the prophecy, he was starting to feel good about the way things were starting to happen. Harry awoke to a gentle knock on the door. Yes? Harry grabbed his glasses and forced himself out of bed. It's Tom, the old innkeeper replied. You have some men here to see you. Who is it? Harry replied as he pulled his pants on. It's the men you came in with last night, Tom replied. Should I tell them you're not here? No, Harry called out. Tell them that I'll be down in just a moment. All right, Tom called back. I will. Harry walked downstairs a few minutes later and waved to the old soldiers. Hello, Mr. Potter, McLean smiled. Would you like breakfast before we leave? Has everyone else eaten? Harry looked around. Then let's get our business done first. I got you a meeting with Daphne Blake. Smythe checked his notes. She's the one in charge of the office in the normal government that deals with the ministry. Okay. Harry nodded. When do we have that scheduled for? Whenever you wish. Smythe smiled. Fudge doesn't keep them very busy for some reason. One would almost think that he tries to keep as much information away from them as possible. What a surprising thing to hear. Harry shook his head. Let's go then. We've got a car out front, sir. Jones grabbed the door and opened it for Harry. It'll take us to the meeting place. Thank you. Harry walked outside and stared in shock at the mint-condition Rolls-Royce Phantom 2. Where'd you get this? Best you don't know, Smythe replied with a grin. Don't worry about anyone looking for it. Okay. Harry shrugged. I won't ask then. Let's go. Smythe motioned for Harry to get in the car. After you, sir. Thank you. Harry stepped into the car. Move over a bit, would you, sir? Smythe got in next to Harry. The lads can sit up front, but since it's my car. By all means, Harry nodded. Looks like we're really going to pull this off. Looks like, Smythe nodded. But I wouldn't get my hopes up until everything comes together. Till then anything could happen. It's never good to get your hopes up, Harry nodded. It's probably fate just setting you up for another fall. Glad you already know that. Smythe nodded. It's usually the first thing a new officer learns in combat. Glad we don't have loose any men teaching you. How do you want to handle the meeting? McLean asked from the front of the car. I'd suggest that we lay our cards on the table. Smythe gave his opinion. I looked into Ms. Blake's history. She's a Muggle-born that went through Hogwarts in the 50s. Left the wizarding world a year later and went into the government. Do you know why she left the wizarding world? Harry took in the information. A lot of Muggle-borns leave a year or two after they graduate, Smythe replied. They find that there aren't many jobs in the wizarding world and they realize just how bigoted the hiring process can be. And they go home, Harry nodded. I guess that makes sense. Ministry has to pay for a small school for alumni that decide they aren't cut out for the magical life. Smythe sighed. They spend 7 years learning how to learn magic and then they have to spend another 3 to learn enough math and science to survive in the real world, more if they want to go to college. I never knew. Harry shook his head. I guess it makes sense though. They get thrown out into a strange world with no support, Smythe nodded. It's surprising that any stay in the wizarding world at all. Most of the ones that do get married or are so exceptional that they find a job right away. Like your lovely granddaughter, McLean added with a laugh. You're always bragging about her. And you've never told her that you know she's a witch, Jones added. Or about your own history because you're a coward. You've told us all this story twice a day since you heard she got admitted to Hogwarts. McLean shook his head. You've got to tell her someday. I'm working towards it, Smythe protested. I just forget to do it when I see her lovely face. I'm so proud of her and I just forget what I was going to do. Even tough old sergeant majors get soft when they see their lovely granddaughters. Harry shook his head. Another illusion shattered. You are human after all. Don't go telling the men. Smythe laughed. I've still got them convinced that I can walk on water. We're here, sir, McLean called out as the car pulled up to the curb. Everybody get their game face on, Smythe called out. This is an important meeting. The three men walked into the building and walked up to the receptionist's desk. Do you have an appointment? The woman glanced up with a look of annoyance. Mr. Potter to see Ms. Blake, Jones replied. Go right in. The woman waved her hand towards the door. Mr. Potter. The woman walked past Harry and grabbed a bemused Smythe's hand. How good of you to come, please have a seat. Don't have much call to deal with the wizarding world, do you? Smythe grinned widely. I'm not Harry Potter. Then, the woman turned to look at McLean and Jones. Who is Harry Potter? I'm afraid that would be me, Harry reddened. You. The woman's eyes widened. But you're so young. I heard that Harry Potter defeated the last Dark Lord. I've faced him several times, but I haven't defeated him yet, Harry shrugged. Him being back is part of what we came to talk to you about. He's back. The woman's eyes widened. Forgive me for asking, but why wasn't I told before? At a guess, Harry smirked. It's because Fudge is an idiot and he was trying to cover his ass. They just admitted that he was back recently after he attacked the Ministry. I see, Daphne nodded. How did you defeat the Dark Lord what's his name the first time? You couldn't have been more than a year or two old. Killing Curse bounced off and reflected back to him, Harry explained. I'm not sure how that worked. I guess that explains that. The woman nodded. Why do you need to speak with me? For several reasons that I'd rather not get into. I am going to have to be the one that kills Voldemort. Upon seeing the woman's confused expression, that's the name Tom Riddle has chosen for when he plays Dark Lord. I see, Daphne nodded. Please continue. I managed to force Fudge to give me a rather large budget and authorization to do things my way, Harry smirked. He wasn't happy about that. I need your help to get my men back into the army. What? This was the last thing she expected to hear. Hold on a moment, I have a feeling that there are some other people that have to hear this. If you think so, Harry shrugged, then I have no objections. Priscilla? She called out to her secretary, go get General Montblanc and someone from the office at the end of the hall. What should I tell them this is about? Tell them it has to do with what my office is supposed to be dealing with, Blake replied, and not what it actually does. Okay. The confused secretary left and returned with two old and rather distinguishing men. One in a uniform and the other in a wrinkled gray suit. You called us for something, Daphne? The man in the gray suit asked with a sleepy look. He appeared to be nothing more than a mid-level bureaucrat in an unimportant job. Yes, thank you for coming, Daphne smiled. You may go now, Priscilla. The group waited until the door closed, and as an extra measure Daphne pulled out her seldom-used wand and cast several privacy and locking charms. Mr. Potter here has some things to say, Daphne replied. And I think you need to hear them. I think it's long past time you heard them. Harry spent the next 5 hours explaining every aspect of the wizarding world and its current conflict. The men listened in silence and then began asking questions. They asked about the background of every major and several minor players. They asked about the structure of the wizarding government and the importance of blood status. Harry quickly found himself overwhelmed by the questions and had to resort to the unfortunate answer of, I don't know, or even worse, I think. I'm sorry I don't know more. Harry felt like he'd been pulled through a ringer. But I grew up in a normal setting and I've only really been exposed to the wizarding world through school. Isolated environment. The man in the wrinkled suit that neglected to provide his name nodded. Do you know who would have the answers to all these questions? Yes, Harry nodded. Why? Because I'd like to know them at some point. The man in the wrinkled suit smiled. What do you think, General? I'd like to hear what he wants to do first, the general replied. Then we can either see if we can build off his plan or if we have to make a new one. I want to form a regiment. Harry spoke up, surprising himself. Originally I just planned to learn as much about firearms as I could so I could kill more of them. So I could kill as many of them as I could before they took me down or I got lucky and ran out of people to kill. And now? The man in the gray suit asked gently. Now I'd like to form a regiment to fight him, Harry replied. I know I can't do this alone and I think I found the men who can help me. What men? The man in the gray suit smiled and Harry felt as if he were with old friends. Can you do magic? Harry asked bluntly. What? The man in the wrinkled suit hadn't expected that question. Why do you ask? Because you keep changing. Harry's eyebrows came together. When you came in, you were nothing special. My eyes skipped over you. Now you're my best friend and for some reason I want to trust you. Got you pegged. The general couldn't conceal his grin. And you didn't answer my question either. Harry fixed the man with a piercing gaze. No, I can't do magic. The man shook his head. And most people don't think anything about what I do. Set your mind at ease. What I do is the product of practice and skill and not spell work. Okay. Harry took a deep breath. As I told you, there are 3 major groups. Dumbledore, the Ministry, and Voldemort. The man nodded. Please continue. I was a member of Dumbledore's group, but recent events have driven me away from him. Harry winced at the memory. I could join the Ministry, but that would be asking to be sold out. And Voldemort is the enemy. The general nodded. So you came to us? Yes, Harry nodded. I need your help to make it official. I could do it without you, but it wouldn't be as effective if I didn't have official backing. You said you wanted to form a regiment? I went to the sergeant major to learn more about my revolver, Harry replied. He told me that there were hundreds of Squib ex-soldiers that would kill for the chance to go back to the army. Old men. The wizarding world is different than this one, Harry replied. How old do you think Smythe is? 50? The general pursed his lips. Maybe 60? Almost 100, sir. Smythe smiled. I've got enough magic for the long life but not enough for the spells. I fought in every war the Empire was in from the First Great War until my retirement after Korea cooled down. And there are more men like you? The general was astounded. There are men that fought the Zulu, Smythe replied. And a few years ago we lost the last man that had been to Waterloo and fought Nappy. Gods, the general shook his head. An entire unit of men like you, what would you like? Just what Mr. Potter said, Smythe replied. Officially being recognized as a unit in Her Majesty's army. That's all? That's all, Smythe nodded. Though I wouldn't mind if you would see your way to releasing some old and forgotten equipment. That you just happen to know the location of, the general nodded. I think I can do that. How are you planning to get it through channels? The man in the gray suit interrupted. I don't wish to rain on anyone's parade, but it is something we have to consider. We thought about hiding it as a show unit, Harry spoke up. A bunch of old men that are allowed to come back in uniform to march and to show the way things used to be. That could work, the man in the gray suit nodded. Good suggestion. Thank you, Harry nodded. The only problem is that I'm a bit young for the company. A bunch of old men and the young officer sent to command them, the general grinned. It wouldn't raise too many eyebrows if they were given a few young officers. We'll make it look like a school for officers as much as it is a ceremonial unit. Smythe? Harry turned to the man for his opinion. It could work, sir, Smythe nodded. We'll rotate the units that teach the general's junior officers and the ones who hunt the insurgents. Okay. Harry nodded. Does that sound good to you, General? It sounds great to me, Mr. Potter. Major Potter, Jones interrupted. If we're going to do this, we need to give Mr. Potter the rank to take his position. Isn't he a bit young for that rank? The general asked in a mild tone. Mr. Potter has seen more combat against this enemy than almost anyone still alive, McLean spoke up. We did a bit of checking and were more than a bit impressed by what we found. Killed 4 of them the night he came to meet me. Smythe put in his own 2 cents. Put them down calm as could be and then joined me for a drink, didn't let it affect him one bit. A young officer that had been on detached duty with my office, the man in the gray suit nodded. A bit young for his rank, but as his file is and always will be sealed. How do you explain the fact that he won't be able to attend many of the official unit events? The general asked curiously. Whoever said that he left my office? The man in the gray suit shrugged. Of course he can't talk about what he does. Of course he goes out and returns with strange injuries. Could work, the general nodded. You willing to put in the time and training needed to make it work? If it doesn't interfere with what I'm doing now, Harry nodded. People are dying, both magical and non-magical. We're thinking long-term, the general smiled. This conflict of yours won't last forever. I give it a few years before you break it. After that, Well, let's just say that we might have other places a unit like yours could be used, and we're willing to spend several years building it to where we'd like it to be. I'll do it, Harry nodded. Anything else? A few things, the general nodded. Equipment and so on. Enfields and martinis, Smythe grinned. Most of the men haven't so much as seen the newer stuff. Besides, it'll be good for the new gentleman to get used to carrying something heavy. Sounds good to me. The man in the gray suit nodded. Do you have anything to add before we get down to the details, Major Potter? No, Harry shook his head. Thank you. The group spent the next several hours discussing every aspect of Harry's new unit, from the uniforms to the organization and other equipment. We'll have to meet again, Major. The general stood up and yawned. But for the moment I think we're done. Do you have a way to contact me? Harry blinked the sleep out of his eyes. We'll manage, the man in the gray suit nodded. I'll have someone take your paperwork to the club and await your signature. It should arrive later tonight. I'll be waiting. Harry gave a tired smile, and I'll see what I can do about getting you more information on the wizarding world. I appreciate it, Major Potter. The man in the gray suit nodded. I am always happy to get new sources of information, and you promise to be a very good source with information that I can't get through my usual channels. And I'll be happy to give it, Harry nodded. Have a good day, gentlemen. Harry and his two men walked out of the building and got into the car. Where to? McLean asked with a grin as he got into the driver's seat. Leaky Cauldron first, Harry replied. There are a few things that I'd like to check, and I'm sure that Tom will know what I need to know. On our way, Major. McLean couldn't believe it was actually happening. He had escaped the sentence of death by boredom that had been passed when he retired and was getting back into the fight. The car pulled away from the curb and Smythe looked at Harry with undisguised curiosity. If you don't mind my asking, Smythe began, what is it you need to know? I'm going to check to see if I can get someone from one of the magical clothing shops to make the uniforms, Harry replied. I'd like to get some enchantments on them to make them more comfortable and maybe more damage resistant. Oh, Smythe nodded. Sensible, I suppose. Don't go overboard. Why not? Harry looked up. Officers pay for their own clothing and equipment, Smythe replied. It wouldn't do for the men to have better than they could afford. Why? It would affect morale for one thing, Smythe sighed. Like I said, some of these men are very old and they have a different way of looking at the world. We'll see what happens, Harry shrugged. That we shall, Major, Smythe nodded. We're here, sir. Jones hopped out of the car and opened Harry's door. Thank. Jones seemed to explode into movement, throwing himself into apparently empty space, and seconds later McLean arrived holding an evil-looking blade in his left hand. Got someone here, sir. Jones tightened his grip. What would you like us to do? One moment. Harry walked forward and after a few moments of groping, managed to find and pull down the hood on the invisibility cloak. Let her go. Hello, Tonks. Watch her, Harry. The pink-haired Auror's cheeks had a pink tint. Watch where you put those hands next time, okay? What are you doing here, Tonks? Harry sighed. Looking for you, she smiled. I thought I was giving you a bit of protection. Guess I was wrong, huh? Take off your cloak. Harry shook his head. We don't want any muggles seeing you. Streets charmed so that they don't notice anything unusual, Tonks smiled. With so many magic folk going in and out of the cauldron. I got it, Harry nodded. How did you notice me? Tonks frowned. I didn't trip or anything. I smelled your perfume, Jones shrugged, and didn't see anyone around. Oh, the Auror nodded. I guess that makes sense. Goodbye, Tonks. Harry got back into the car. Where you going, Harry? Not here. Harry motioned for the men to get back into the car. Harry. No offense. Harry called out as the car pulled away. But I'd rather keep what I'm doing a secret for now. You said her name was Tonks? Smythe asked mildly. Last name, Harry nodded. Hates her first. She wouldn't happen to be a black, would she? McLean asked with a smile. She looks like a black. She looks like whatever she wants to, Harry replied. But yes, she is a black on her mother's side. She's Theo's great-granddaughter, Jones added. I'm sure of it. How could one of us have a black in the family tree? McLean shook his head, especially by marriage. Her father was Muggle-born, Harry spoke up, and her mother was disowned because of it. That explains that, Jones nodded. Thank you, sir. She said she was trying to protect you. Smythe asked with a grin. Don't see why you left such a cute bodyguard behind. She reports to Dumbledore. Harry shrugged. I like her, but I don't trust her to keep quiet about anything Say might see. Ah, the men nodded. Send someone to check on the uniforms. Harry nodded. I can't show my face, but that doesn't mean that no one can. I'd like the men to be able to wear them home tomorrow. I'll take care of it. McLean nodded. Anything else, Major? The car pulled up to the regimental club and the men got out and walked to the door. You've brought your guest again, Sergeant Major? The old man at the door nodded to Harry. No, Smythe shook his head. I brought the regimental commander to oversee the enlistments. What? The old man's eyes widened in shock. So the rumors are true. We met with the government today, Smythe confirmed. They should be sending over a man with the paperwork soon. Bless you, sir. The old man took Harry's hand. Bless you. I expect that you'll be enlisting then. Harry nodded. I'll be happy to have you with us. Gather everyone, Smythe ordered. I want them to watch when Mr. Potter signs the papers to make it official, and I think Mr. Potter will want to be there to give them the oath. The men gathered and watched Harry with a sense of hope. Here was the man that would make all their dreams come true. He's here, the doorman called out as he ushered a young lieutenant whose uniform marked him as a general's dog's body. Major Potter. The young man saluted. It is with great pleasure that I present you with your commission and your royal warrant to muster a regiment. Thank you. Harry took the stack of documents and quickly looked through them. Let me be the first to congratulate you, sir, the young officer nodded, and to with you luck. The men gathered round to watch as Harry signed his commission and made things official. Lines start at this desk, Smythe called out. Come here to add your name to the list, then go to Major Potter to give your oath. The men lined up eagerly and Harry spent the rest of the night swearing in his new family. Okay. Harry's voice was hoarse. You lot have Tomo. Today off. Spend time with your families if you have them, and welcome to the 95th Rifles. A raged cheer rose from the ranks. They were home. Grandpa's here, Hermione called out to her parents as the old man's car pulled into the lot. And he's wearing a uniform? I'm sure he'll explain it to you if you ask him. Hermione's mother smiled. She always enjoyed her grandfather's visits. How's the prettiest girl in the world? Smythe was dressed in a pair of gray pants and an odd green uniform jacket with black facing and white piping. I've got some exciting news for you. What's that? Hermione smiled. Being around her grandfather made her feel like a little girl again. Let's all go inside and I'll tell you. Smythe waved them in. Hello, grandfather. Hermione's mother opened the door. How are you today? Hello, Jane. I'm better than I've been in the past 40 years, the old man replied. Now everyone gather round. I've got some great news to share. Have a seat. Hermione's father motioned towards the chairs. And tell us what you have to share. Did you join one of those reenactment groups? Hermione stared at the odd uniform. Better, Smythe grinned. I'm back in the army. How? Hermione couldn't figure it out. You're almost 100 years old. There's been a new regiment formed, the old man replied. Full of us old men, and well, there's something I should have mentioned about our family a few years ago. What's that? Jane asked with a smile. Well, the old man gave a nervous smile. For one thing, Hermione's not the first one of us to go to Hogwarts. What? Hermione's jaw dropped. You went to Hogwarts? No, the old man shook his head. But my sister, parents, and grandparents all did. You're a squib? Hermione's eyes widened. Why didn't you tell me? I keep planning on it, the old man shrugged. But it was so amusing to watch you try to explain where you went to school and to keep me in the dark that well. I just didn't have the heart to give up one of my few sources of entertainment. Do I have any magical cousins? Hermione perked up. No, the old man shook his head. I'm afraid that you and I are the last of that family line. Oh, Hermione nodded. If you come from a magical family, then how come you ended up in the army? It was dumping ground for unwanted sons, the old man shrugged, for both magical families and non-magical families. Oh, Hermione twisted her mind around this latest outrage from the wizarding world. On the plus side, it does make you the sole heir of a minor pure blood family, the old man shrugged. Doubt it'll do much for you, but I'm sure you'd like to have the library. There are a couple of books of family spells that you'll want to have. Family spells. Lots of old families are known for specializing in certain things, the old man shrugged. Or at least they were at one time. Our family's specialization was spell research. The family spells are just things that never got put on the market for one reason or another. Oh, Hermione nodded. Why are you going back to the army? And how did you get them to accept you anyway? There's a lot of us old men that served the Empire after being tossed out of their families, Smythe explained. The squibs sort of keep in touch with each other. We have a club that allows us to be with our own kind. A few days ago a man walked into our club and told us he was forming a regiment to fight that wanker that's been causing problems for the wizarding world, and tonight he swore us all in. How can you fight him? Hermione was worried about her favorite granddad. You can't do magic. The commander killed several of them without magic the other day, Smythe grinned. There are plenty of ways to kill people without spells. Magic just opens up new ways of doing it is all. Oh, Hermione had a sudden idea. Would you mind talking to a friend of mine about this? Soon as the commander says I can, Smythe promised. And speaking of the commander, he can't be much older than you are. He's a good man and I think he'd make a good husband for you. What? Hermione stared at the old man in shock. I just want to look out for you, the old man shrugged. I did it for your mother and I did it for your grandmother, now it's your turn. But, you're growing up into a lovely young lady, the old man patted her on the head, and there's all sorts of bastards out there that will try to take advantage of that. He refrained from mentioning that he'd cheerfully kill said bastards if they tried anything. I don't need help with my love life. Hermione couldn't believe the direction this conversation was heading. I just want you to meet him is all. The old man smiled. Who knows, you two might hit it off. Just meet him. Hermione nodded. Just meet him, the old man confirmed. Then we can go talk to that friend of yours. Okay. Hermione nodded. She just hoped Harry would appreciate the sacrifices she was making for him. Harry spent the day getting fitted for his new uniform by a proud Madame Malkin who insisted on doing the work herself. What sorts of charms would you like me to put on these? She asked as she made the final alteration to Harry's first uniform. I don't know, Harry shrugged. What do you suggest? Comfort charms, she replied immediately. At a minimum, these things are made of wool and I lined yours with silk to keep it more comfortable next to your skin. It'll be very hot in the summer heat. Okay. Harry nodded. Do whatever you think would be appropriate on this one and I'll try to get back to you on the rest. How about I just put every charm I can on it and you tell me what you like? Madame Malkin smiled. You've just completed my biggest order this year outside Hogwarts robes, and if the stories my mother told are true then I'll be making more of these soon. I want to do something nice for you if I can. Okay. Harry nodded. Thank you. Your boots should be up soon. Madame Malkin cast the last charm and handed Harry the new uniform. Along with the other leather goods, black dragon hide and shined to a high gloss. Thank you. Harry couldn't believe how fast things were happening. No thank you, Madame Malkin replied. For protecting us and for all the business you've given me today. Your boots are here, Major. One of the old men walked in with a large package. And there's a man here to see you. Who? Harry looked up. He says he's here to talk about your sword, sir. Okay. Harry nodded. Send him up. Yes, sir. The old man nodded and took his leave. Put your uniform on, please. Madame Malkin politely requested. I'd like to get a look at you in it. All right. Harry stepped behind a privacy screen and began donning his new clothing. Major Potter. A small man with a large book walked into the room. Just a second, Harry replied, and I'll be right out. Take your time, the small man replied. What did you want to see me about? Harry stepped out from behind the screen. I'm from the blade maker that your men contacted and I was hoping to find out which pattern you intended to adopt for your new regiment. The small man opened his book. If you'll look at these pictures. That one. Harry pointed at one of the swords. Can you enchant them? The pattern 1796 light cavalry saber. The man nodded. Excellent choice, sir, and I regret to inform you that we cannot enchant this for you. We can however provide you with a list of approved subcontractors that would be willing to do the work. Okay. Harry nodded. That's fine. One more thing, Major, the man paused. Is this the sword that you will require your officers to purchase? Or do you have any specifications on what they may or may not use? Not at the moment, Harry shrugged. Whatever they want so long as it isn't too ornate. Thank you, sir. The man picked up his book. I'll have your sword here as soon as possible. Good, Harry nodded. Thank you. The sergeant major is back, sir. McLean entered the room. And he's got a surprise for you. Really? Harry nodded. I don't suppose I'll be happy about this surprise, will I? I saw her come in. McLean smiled. She's a very nice-looking surprise. Great, Harry sighed. I don't suppose there's any way out of this? And have Smythe think you don't like his lovely granddaughter? McLean was enjoying this far more than he should. I'll just leave to give you some privacy. Send them up, Harry nodded. Yes, sir, McLean nodded. Leaving the room with a grin on his face, McLean walked down the steps to Great Smythe and his lovely granddaughter. Well? Smythe asked with a raised eyebrow. What did he say? The major said to come right up. McLean smiled. And I must say that it's a pleasure to finally meet your lovely granddaughter who you've talked so much about. You talk about me? Hermione was surprised at the embarrassed expression on her great-grandfather's face. All the time, McLean nodded. It's always, my lovely granddaughter is the smartest girl in the world, or my lovely granddaughter is the prettiest girl in the world, and one time it was. She gets the picture, Smythe interrupted, and we don't want to keep the major waiting. Have fun. McLean watched the bets being placed out of the corner of his eye. Thank you. Smythe took Hermione's arm. Let's go, hun. Remember, Hermione said as they walked up the stairs, you're going to help my friend after this. I remember. Smythe knocked on the door to Harry's office. Come in, Harry called out. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hermione. Harry? Hermione stared at Harry's uniform. What are you doing here? Why aren't you with your relatives? You know each other then? Smythe couldn't figure out if this was a good or a bad thing. Yes, Harry nodded. She's my best friend, we go to school together. Oh, but he was leaning towards good. I'll just leave you two alone then. Why aren't you at your relative's house, Harry? Hermione looked at him in confusion. And why are you in that uniform? Haven't been reading the papers then? Harry smiled, or at least not today's. No, Hermione shook her head. What's happening? There was a Death Eater attack near my house. Harry motioned for Hermione to take a seat. It was right across the street. Was anybody hurt? Hermione bit her lower lip. 4 Death Eaters, Harry nodded. I killed them. Oh, Harry, Hermione looked at her friend sadly. Then Dumbledore showed up, Harry continued, and yelled at me. He said that they would never have a chance to change since they were dead, and he compared me to Voldemort. What? Hermione couldn't believe what she was hearing. Are you sure you didn't misunderstand him? I'm sure, Harry nodded. I told him that I was more concerned about the victims. There were Aurors and reporters and even Fudge. Dumbledore got me so mad that I'm afraid I lost my temper. What did you do? Hermione was worried about her friend. I told them that they could save themselves. Harry laughed. They were so stunned when I told them that Voldemort could have them and that I could care less what happened to them. I said that they'd have to pay me to fight for them after the way they slandered me last year. What did Dumbledore do? He told me I couldn't quit, Harry snorted. So I pulled out one of those fake wands we got last year and snapped it. You should have seen the look on his face when I did that. Harry, Hermione was scandalized. How could you do something like that? He just got me so mad. Harry shook his head. So I left. I went to the Leaky Cauldron and got a room, and after a few meetings I found myself the commander of a regiment made up of old men. I still don't understand how that happened. Hermione shook her head. How did you meet up with my grandfather? I read his book. Harry pulled the offending item off the desk and tossed it to Hermione. I killed the Death Eaters with my grandfather's pistol, and I wrote him to learn more. Next thing I knew I was a major and you were standing in front of me. Hermione. Harry's face nearly cracked open with the force of his smile. I just want you to know that I'm really glad to see you. I was afraid that he was going to send in someone I wouldn't be able to stand. Oh, Hermione's voice became subdued. I understand, dependable old Hermione, not some woman that Harry would have to deal with. What's wrong? Harry looked at his friend in concern. Did something happen? I'm just worried about the fact that no one seems to realize that I'm a girl. Hermione shrugged. It's nothing. How did you get mixed up in this? I realize that you're a girl. Harry ignored his friend's attempt to change the subject. And a very attractive one, I might add. Is there anything else bothering you? Oh. Hermione looked up. And I'd much rather have an attractive girl like you here than someone else. Harry smiled. It's one of the reasons I broke up with Cho. She couldn't handle being around a witch as pretty as you were, so she got jealous. Harry, Hermione asked quietly, do you love me? Yes, Harry nodded. And Ron and Ginny and all of you. That's not what I meant, Hermione frowned. I know, Harry nodded. And the answer is I don't know. I know that I'm in love with the idea of being in love with you. What do you mean? Hermione blinked. Of all the witches in Hogwarts, you're the only one I'd trust to love me and not the boy who lived. Harry explained, you've been my friend from the beginning. If I want a relationship, then it's either you or some muggle that's never heard of the wizarding world. So you're being pushed towards me? No, Harry shook his head. What I am is extraordinarily fond of you. I find you physically attractive, and I like being around you. But you don't love me. But I'm not sure what love is, Harry corrected. From what I do know, the idea of falling in love at first sight is a fairy tale. I could be wrong, but it seems to me that love should be based on a strong foundation and not dependent on the chance that one just happens to see the right person. I see, Hermione nodded. What about Ron at the Yule Ball? That was a healthy dose of physical desire, Harry snorted. Something that I also experienced. If that was love at first sight, then half the castle fell in love with you. Harry, Hermione turned away. Thank you. You're welcome, Hermione, Harry smiled. Though if you don't mind, I would like to have an arrangement with you. What kind of arrangement? Hermione asked suspiciously. I just found out that I'm supposed to go to some social events, Harry frowned. Apparently it's one of my responsibility, an officer and a gentleman. I was wondering. Well, would you mind going with me to these things? I'd rather have you along, so at least I'll have someone to talk to and it'll give me a way of turning down invitations. Oh Harry, Hermione laughed. Of course I'll protect you from all those mean girls that just want to use you. Harry Potter, he can face dark lords but runs away from dark ladies. It's not funny, Harry protested. They have a saying, a subaltern may not marry, captains might marry, majors should marry, and lieutenant colonels must marry. I'm a major. Just think of what will happen when Teen Witch finds out about this. Don't worry, Hermione was trying unsuccessfully to hide her amusement. I'm sure your men will protect you. They're the ones most likely to tell Teen Witch, Harry muttered darkly. A few of them have already dropped hints that I should find myself a wife. You make it sound like they have nothing better to do than to gossip about your love life. Hermione started laughing. Next thing you know, they'll be buying Teen Witch so they can get the latest news. Can we get past this? Harry's face reddened. It's okay, Harry, Hermione cooed. I'll protect you from all those interfering old men too. You don't have to worry about their schemes. You really think this is funny, huh? Harry smirked. Do I need to remind you why you're here? Why do you have a green uniform? Hermione changed the subject. I always thought they were red. It's a rifle regiment, Harry explained. Scouts and skirmishers. The story goes that they needed the green to help blend into the surrounding background and do their jobs. So that's why they wore green, Hermione nodded. I guess that makes sense. That's the official reason anyway, Harry nodded. The unofficial reason is that it was done so that the brass could pretend that all those unsporting irregulars were in a different army. There are some things that I was hoping you'd help me with, Harry smiled. I have several people asking quite a lot of questions about the wizarding world. Questions that I can't answer. And you want my help with that? Hermione relaxed. This was an area she was comfortable with. I'll also need someone well versed in pure blood customs, Harry nodded. Well, Hermione frowned. That takes the Weasleys out of it. They probably know most of them, but they don't seem to be too concerned about them. Remus might know, Harry suggested. No, Hermione shook her head. He probably wouldn't. He's been isolated all his life. The problem is, Harry frowned, that most of the people that would know these things are on the other side. What about Dumbledore? He'd know, Harry nodded. But I don't trust him, and I'm afraid that he'd be able to figure out too much from the questions. Luna. Forget I suggested her, Hermione shook her head. Why don't we take a look at the DA? I'm sure that we'd be able to find someone in that. Could work, Harry nodded. But why don't we take care of that later? What do you want to do now? Hermione looked around. Why don't we just relax? Harry suggested. The only thing missing is Ron. I gave the men the day off and I think I deserve to have a bit of time to myself." Harry and Hermione spent the next few hours chatting until they were interrupted by a knock on the door. "Begging your pardon, sir," Smythe interrupted, "but I'm afraid I promised to take her to go meet a friend of hers." "This is the friend I wanted you to talk to." Hermione smiled at her great-grandfather, "but thanks for remembering your promise." "No problem," the old sergeant major smiled. "Would you like to come visit the family vault then? I'm sure the major wouldn't mind coming along if you'd like him to." "Sure," Harry confirmed. "If you want me to. If you don't mind," Hermione nodded. "I've never been down to the vaults before and I was hoping to get a chance to compare yours with mine to see if there are any obvious differences." "Fine," Harry nodded. "Let's go." "Begging your pardon, sir," Smythe smiled, "but now would be a good time to put the first guards in the alley." "Grab a few men to join us then," Harry nodded, "so that we can be on our way." "Won't take but a moment, sir," Smythe nodded. What was he talking about? Hermione watched her grandfather leave. "We're planning to put a few armed guards in Diagon Alley," Harry replied. "Why?" Hermione frowned. "Wouldn't you want to keep all your men together?" "Sometimes you do," Harry nodded. "But placing them there ahead of time provides a few things such as security in case of attack, a visible sign that things are being done, and it gives me a way to keep them busy." "Keep them busy?" Hermione smirked. "Smythe tells me that busy enlisted men are happy enlisted men," Harry shrugged. "He said it was better to have them fill sandbags for no purpose than to let them sit around and get ideas." "Oh," Hermione blinked. "The detail is ready, sir." Smythe knocked on the door. "So we can leave whenever you're ready." "What should I do?" Harry buckled on his revolver. "Just walk in and let you follow me." "Well, sir," Smythe smiled, "I was going to suggest that you walk into the alley and take a few bored glances around on your way to the bank. When we get there I'll suggest a few likely places to put the men and then we can place the men wherever you wish on the way back." "Okay," Harry nodded. "Glad one of us knows what he's doing." "Glad you're willing to take my advice," Smythe smiled. "There's some officers that spend their entire career without learning that lesson." "Let's get things going then." Harry offered his arm to Hermione. "Coming?" "I'd be delighted." Hermione nodded, getting into the spirit of things. "Hello, Harry." Tom smiled as he watched the boy who lived enter. "What's with the uniform?" "I joined the army," Harry smiled. "The men that wear this work for me." "Right," Tom nodded. "Make sure they know that they'll get a 10% discount every time they come in here then." "Hear that, lads?" Smythe called out. "Thank you, Tom," Harry nodded. "Now if you'll excuse me, I have business in the alley." "Then I won't take any more of your time." Tom's toothless grin widened. "Could you save my table?" Harry smiled. "I'm hoping to have enough time to enjoy one of your lunches when I'm finished with my business in the alley." "You'll have the best seat in the house waiting for you when you get back," Tom nodded. "Thank you, Tom." Hermione smiled. Harry led his group out into the alley and towards the bank. "Might I suggest that you smile a bit more, sir?" Smythe fell a step behind Harry and spoke quietly so as not to be heard. "You've got us to look dangerous and humorless. Wouldn't be a bad idea to play the dashing hero." "I'll keep that in mind," Harry laughed. "Lovely day, isn't it, Hermione?" "I hate to think what the papers are going to make of this," Hermione smirked. "With that dashing uniform, witches are going to be throwing themselves at you." "I thought we agreed to avoid this subject?" Harry sighed. "You agreed to that." Hermione's smirk deepened. Didn't I?" A group of figures in dark robes appeared in the street and interrupted Hermione's next statement. "Damn." Harry's hand dropped to his revolver and he began to draw it. "Flagpole, sir," Smythe calmly reminded. "Right." Harry let the pistol fall back into its holster. "Sergeant Major, kill those Death Eaters. Grab a prisoner or two for our friend in the gray suit, but only if you can do it without losing anyone." "Yes, sir," Smythe nodded. "Mark your targets and wait for my command." The men lifted their rifles and peered through the aperture. "Fire." Smythe watched in satisfaction as the group of Death Eaters crumpled to the ground. "Reload. McLean, take a couple of men and get the Major his prisoner." "You got it, Sergeant Major." McLean fixed his bayonet and gave a cold smirk. "Let's go, boys." Arthur had only been in the Dark Lord's service for a couple of months before one of the older Death Eaters had chosen him and a few of the other men for a special job. They were to go to Diagon Alley and cause a bit of trouble, to show the sheep that Potter and the Ministry couldn't protect them. Everything had been going according to plan until the head belonging to the man in front of him exploded and showered the rest of the group with bits of brain and fragments of skull. Arthur dropped his wand and began screaming. He continued screaming as he watched several old men walk up with strange-looking spears, and his screams increased in volume as the old men began silencing his companions with bayonets through the chest. "Shut up, ya bloody bastard!" McLean slammed the butt of his rifle into the screaming Death Eater's face. "Weren't even hurt till I ruined that smile of yours." Turning to look down at another Death Eater, McLean smiled and the Death Eater's screams became a sickening gurgle. Well, Harry watched the group of Death Eaters get taken apart in less time than it took Dudley to eat his breakfast. That went well. "Oh God." Hermione turned away from the carnage. "It's okay, Hermione." Harry rubbed his friend's back. "It's okay." "What was my grandfather talking about when he said flagpole?" Hermione closed her eyes and frantically searched for something to think of besides the bloody mess in the street. "He told me a story about a bunch of new officers." Harry didn't take his eyes off the group of fallen Death Eaters. They were given the task of raising a new flagpole. The officers spent all day arguing about how high it should be, how much cement to use, that sort of thing. What happened next? Hermione's breathing had calmed a bit. They wasted all day talking about it, and when the general came back he was astonished to see that there was no flagpole. Harry smirked. He asked the officers what they'd been doing, and they explained that they'd been talking about how to put it up and hadn't gotten around to the construction phase. The general shook his head and took several deep calming breaths. Finally he opened his eyes again and said, "Boys, that's not how you put up a flagpole." He turned to the sergeant that had been standing unnoticed all day and spoke. "Sergeant, you and your men put up that flagpole. That, gentleman, is how you put up a flagpole. It's my job to think up plans, and it's the sergeant's job to make them happen, and it's the men's job to do them." "So my grandfather was just telling you to let the men do their jobs?" Hermione nodded. "That's correct." Smythe smiled. "Looks like everything is secure, sir. One prisoner and the rest are dead." "Search him and snap his wand." Harry nodded. "Keep him out until we have a chance to think of a way to keep him from apparating out." "Yes, sir." Smythe nodded. "One of the medics has just the thing for that. And be sure to remind me to ask the man in the gray suit if he wants any truth potions or charms," Harry added after a moment of thought. "I have a feeling that he might be able to use them." "Good idea, sir." Smythe gave an evil smile. "I suspect that you are correct. Is there anything else that needs to be done before we get on with our day?" Harry glanced around. "The prisoner, sir." Smythe grinned. He was really starting to like this kid. "Bring him along." Harry shrugged. "With any luck the goblins will have some restraints that we can borrow for him. And it also lets everyone else in the alley get a good look at what we did to him." Smythe grinned. "Same with leaving the bodies in a heap like that." "I never even thought of that." Harry gave a sly smile. "But I suppose that's the reason I keep you around." "Right you are, sir." Smythe grinned. "Well," Harry took one last look around. "If that's all taken care of, then why don't we be off?" "You heard the Major," Smythe called out. "Column of twos." "Column of twos," the men echoed as they formed their ranks. "Ready when you are, sir." Smythe's grin deepened. "Let's go, Sergeant Major." Harry offered his arm to Hermione and began walking. Hermione felt numb as she grabbed Harry's arm. She had assumed that she knew what war was like after the Department of Mysteries until witnessing the scene of horror only a few minutes before. It was funny how things changed after they had been put into context. Forward. Smythe took a quick glance to the side. March. The few shoppers and shopkeepers of Diagon Alley watched in shock as the strangely dressed men marched away from the pile of dead dark wizards. Bloody L. Fortescue watched the men from the window of his shop. "Did you see what they just did? Didn't even give the poor bastards a chance." His lone customer nodded. "Guess the Potter boy wasn't kidding when he said that he was going to do something. One day and he's already done more for us than Fudge and the Ministry." Fortescue nodded. "Bloody Aurors haven't even shown their face yet. What charm do you suppose they put on those spears?" The customer's nose wrinkled in confusion. "Well, Fortescue scratched his chin. I'm no expert, but I would have put a wand core in it. Lets you cast all sorts of spells, the customer nodded. But it'd be a bit clumsy. Guess that's why they held them up to the shoulder. Would also explain the smoke and the noise, Fortescue nodded. They haven't got it quite right yet, so it smokes a bit and makes loud noise. Still must be some advantage, or they'd just use their wands. I'm sure there is, the customer nodded. That Potter boy's as sharp as a tack. Halt, the goblins in front of Gringotts scowled. Why are you wearing those uniforms? I am Major Harry James Potter, commander of the 95th Rifles. Harry frowned, and I am wearing this uniform because it is the approved uniform for the 95th Rifles. Your pardon, sir, the goblins straightened up. I am ashamed to admit that my first thought was that you had decided to wear it on some sort of strange whim. Oh, Harry blinked. I understand, thank you for checking. May I announce your arrival, Major Potter? The goblins' faces were expressionless. I think that the branch manager and the chief of security will want to speak with you. You may, Harry nodded. Thank you, sir. Wait here if you would. The goblins marched into the bank. I've never seen a goblin act that polite to anyone, Hermione whispered. What did you do to make them show you so much respect? I have no idea, Harry whispered back. Sergeant Major? Wish I could tell you, Smythe shrugged. But I don't have a clue. Forgive me for keeping you waiting, Major Potter. An old goblin filled the doorway. I am Ragnuk, manager of this branch, and on behalf of Gringotts I welcome you to enter this bank in peace. I thank you, Harry drew in a breath, on behalf of the 95th Rifles. Please, the goblin stepped aside. Enter, I look forward to meeting with you. Will there be enough room for everyone? Harry glanced back at his men. Security Chief Gramdrake has offered his break room for their use while you are here, the old goblin nodded. Thank you, Harry nodded. I hope you don't mind that I have a prisoner with me. Not at all, Ragnuk shook his head. I'll have security keep an eye on him while you are our guests. Thank you, Harry motioned for the prisoner to be brought forward. You too, Ragnuk looked back into the bank. Take Major Potter's prisoner to the holding cells. Yes, sir, the goblins nodded. This way, Major. The goblin took Harry through the bank and into a large office. Thank you for allowing me the honor of this meeting. Would it be impolite to ask for an introduction to your lady friend? Not at all. Harry didn't even want to think of how difficult his life would get if he gave any other answer. This is my friend Hermione Granger. A pleasure, the goblin bowed. Please take a seat. Thank you. Harry and Hermione sat. May I ask you a question? Hermione was fidgeting in her chair. Anything. Ragnuk nodded. Not to sound rude, Hermione took a deep breath. But why are you being so polite? Every other time I've been to Gringotts the goblins have, well, acted as if they barely tolerated the customers. Ragnuk raised one of his eyebrows. Yes, Hermione reddened. As you are no doubt aware, Ragnuk smiled. The goblin people and the wizarding world have fought many wars. What you may not be aware of is the fact that Gringotts was formed as a result of the peace treaty that ended one of the less notable skirmishes. It was thought that we could channel our warrior spirit into a less violent activity. So you all became bankers, Hermione nodded. So we became bankers, Ragnuk nodded. And despite our current occupation, every goblin is a warrior at heart, and it is only proper that we show the appropriate respect to our fellow warriors. Thank you, Harry nodded. No thank you, Major, Ragnuk smiled. But I'm sure that you didn't come here to remind me of my heritage. What can I do for you? I was hoping to get a chance to look at my family vault, Hermione answered. I just found out that my great-grandfather is from a wizarding family and that I'm the sole heir of the family. What's the family name? Ragnuk leaned back. Smythe, Hermione answered quickly. I remember them, Ragnuk nodded. Not a very large family or a very prosperous one, but it was well respected. Which is more than most families can claim. I don't mean to be rude, but I suppose you can prove your claim? How do I do that? Hermione bit her lower lip. Well, you could bring in a member of your family that's on the family register. The goblin held up a finger. Or if there are no surviving family members, then you could bring in your family records and we can try to authenticate your claim that way. I could get my grandfather to come up, Hermione nodded. He came in with us, but don't you have a charm that can prove that I come from my family? I'm afraid that there is no such charm, Ragnuk shrugged. No one has been able to find a quality that is unique to a family line. Take the Weasleys. They are known for having red hair, but that does not make everyone with red hair a Weasley. Guess the Muggle world is ahead of the Wizarding world then, Harry smirked. Hermione's grandfather is my sergeant major, he should be with the rest of the men. I'll have someone get him. Ragnuk leaned forward with an expression of interest. What did you mean when you said that the Muggle world was ahead? They have techniques to determine what family line people are part of, Hermione answered. Do you think that you could design a spell to check this? Ragnuk looked excited, or at the very least a method to disguise the Muggle origin? Maybe, Hermione frowned. It wouldn't be all that hard to hide the fact that the tests were done by Muggles. I'm not sure how difficult it would be to create a new charm. Please do so. Ragnuk's eyes were shining. The potential value of such a charm is enormous. I will, Hermione nodded. Forgive me for going off on a tangent, the goblin reddened. Your grandfather and family register should be here soon. Thank you, Hermione squeezed Harry's hand. Do you mind if we talk a little business before then? Harry sighed. I have a few things that need to be set up. Be my guest, the goblin nodded. I need to set up a unit account, Harry began. I was able to get Fudge to sign a letter of marque in reprisal. And you're going to need a place to store your treasure, Ragnuk nodded. We can easily set something like that up. Anything else? I'm sure there is, Harry shook his head, but I don't know what they are at the moment. If I may offer a suggestion, Ragnuk gave a cold grin. You could also have us store your prisoners. What? Harry's eyebrows raised in shock. We have secure facilities and are separate from the ministry, Ragnuk's smile deepened. That means Fudge cannot let them out no matter how much he gets bribed. We can do that. Harry's eyes widened. I was going to store them with the Muggles, but this sounds better. We would be willing to hold them for you for a small percentage of your treasure, Ragnuk shrugged. Respect only takes you so far, profit will take you all the way. Draw up the papers and send them to my people, Harry nodded. I'm going to need a way to get the prisoners here without drawing any attention, and I'll probably need a way to get Muggles here fast. Both easily done, Ragnuk nodded. Portkeys for the prisoners and, What is it? Hermione entered the conversation. How often will you need to get access for the Muggles? Quite a bit, Harry shrugged. I think, I could be wrong, but I would guess that there will be a lot of traffic. In that case, could I suggest something unusual? Sure, Harry nodded. Tell me, Ragnuk grinned. How familiar are you with flow travel? I don't care for it, Harry smirked. Hermione? It was discovered by accident by a team working on a way to make a fire that would fuel itself. Hermione took a deep breath. Later. That's enough. Ragnuk stared at Hermione in shock. That's more than enough. I can see why you keep her around. She has her uses. Harry ignored Hermione's outraged glare. What did you want to suggest? Our curse breakers have been working with a team in the Department of Mysteries to create a new form of travel. The goblin paused to collect his thoughts. They have not managed to perfect it, but it can currently provide two-way travel between two connecting doors. Huh? Harry blinked. If you go through a door here, you come out another door in another place, Hermione explained. Doesn't sound very versatile. Can you connect several doors together? Not yet, Ragnuk shook his head. It's in the early stages of development, but it already shows great promise. Why did you develop something to fill a niche that is already occupied by flow travel? Hermione's eyes lit up. Flow is a good way to transport people if you ignore the unpleasantness. Ragnuk pulled a bag out of his desk. But it is not so good for transporting unaccompanied items. We're hoping to use this new system to transfer large amounts of gold between different branches. Makes sense, Harry nodded. How soon can we put up one of these doorways? About a day, Ragnuk replied. Just tell me where you want it put up and I shall make the arrangements. Thank you, Harry nodded. I have the file you requested, sir. A knock on the door interrupted Harry's musings. And the gentleman that comes with it. Come in, Ragnuk called out. Here is the file, sir. A young-looking goblin placed a large book on Ragnuk's desk. Thank you. Ragnuk gave a quick nod. Welcome to my office, Sergeant Major Smythe. Thank you. Smythe gave a curt nod. It's been a while since I've come into Gringotts. Bit strange to see it after all this time. I'm sure. Ragnuk nodded. We're here to update your family register. Yes, Smythe nodded. I'm the last one of my family line and I want to add my daughter and son-in-law, my granddaughter and grandson-in-law, and finally my lovely great-granddaughter Hermione. I take it that Hermione is the only one with magical ability? Ragnuk raised his eyebrow. Yes, she is. Smythe nodded. I have the birth and death certificates right here. If you could hand them over. Ragnuk opened the large book. I'll make the additions and issue the young lady a key. Thank you. Smythe handed over the required documents. Glad to see that the old vault will get some use. Everything appears to be in order. Ragnuk made several notations. Your key will be waiting for you at your mine car. Is there anything else you require? Harry glanced at his companions' faces. No, I think we've got everything settled for now. Very good then, Ragnuk smiled. Then I won't take up any more of your time. Feel free to see me for any reason. Even just to chat. I will, Harry nodded. And you may feel free to visit us at any time and for any reason. I'll take you up on that, I'm sure. Ragnuk smiled. Good day then. Good day. Do you know where the mine cars are? Hermione asked as they left the room. All my family ever does is exchange a few pounds at the front desk. It's this way, Harry nodded. It's been a few years but I think I still remember where they are. You two go ahead. Smythe had a knowing grin on his face. I'd better see to the lads. You're not coming, Hermione pouted. I was hoping you could tell me more about the family. We'll have plenty of time to speak about the family later. Smythe patted Hermione on the head. But for now, I've got to keep an eye on things up top. Okay. Hermione gave a slow nod. Come on, Harry. Harry took Hermione to meet one of the mine cars and gave Hermione an evil grin. Hope you like roller coasters. Why? Hermione's eyes narrowed. Because the ride down to the vaults is the best roller coaster rides I've ever been on. Oh, wait, have you ever been on a roller coaster? No, Harry shook his head. Why? No reason. Hermione allowed herself to relax. Let's go. Excuse me? Harry called out to one of the goblins. What do you? Excuse me, Major. The goblin turned respectful upon seeing Harry's uniform. What can I do for you? We need to get down to a couple vaults. Harry smiled. If you don't mind. It would be my pleasure. The goblin nodded. Keys, please. Harry and Hermione handed over their keys and stepped into the cart. Do you need anything else? Hermione blinked. How do you know I didn't steal that key? You can't handle the key without being authorized to. The goblin smiled. Each account has a master list that keeps unauthorized users from handling the keys to that account. Is there any way I could look at my account's master list? Harry frowned. Of course, the goblin nodded. Just ask one of the desk clerks at the desk and show them your key. Thank you. Harry put his arm around Hermione's shoulders. Ready? I know what you're trying to do and it isn't going to work, Harry. Hermione smiled. But nice try. I hope one of us knows what you're talking about. Harry shot Hermione a strange look. Here we go. The goblin started the car. We'll be visiting the Smythe Vault first. Okay. Hermione smiled. I knew it couldn't be as bad as you said it would be, Harry. Hermione squealed as the car began to pick up speed. Her arms tightened around Harry's waist. Told you. Harry allowed himself to enjoy the feeling of having Hermione hold him as close as she could. Here we are. The cart slowed down. We've stopped. Hear that, Hermione? Harry rubbed his friend's back. We're at your vault. Thank you. Hermione was still tense. I never liked roller coasters. It'll be okay. Harry helped the girl out of her mine car. You'll get used to it after a few times and I'll come with you whenever you need to visit your vault. Okay. Hermione finally let go of the boy's hand. Let's go look in your vault. Harry was trying to make the girl feel better and feeling a bit guilty about the fact that he'd enjoyed the ride down so much. Your grandfather said it was filled with books. That's right. Hermione perked up. Come on, Harry. Right behind you. Harry marveled at how fast he could distract his friend with the promise of new knowledge. Harry, come quick. Hermione sounded excited. This place is full of books and it has hundreds of rolls of parchment. Wow, Harry was impressed. Looks like more books than Hogwarts. Hogwarts has more. Hermione shook her head. But these look better. The books in Hogwarts range from low to high level. This looks like it has nothing but high-level books and research notes. Great. Harry looked around and noticed a small pile of gold. Looks like you have some gallons too. Hermione looked up from a book she'd been reading. Did you say something? Better grab a few books, Harry smiled. We can't stay here forever. But I don't even have a good idea of everything this place contains. Hermione bit her lower lip. It'll take months before I even start to have an idea. I'd rather not spend months in your vault. Harry shook his head. Aside from the fact that I have things to do, we don't have any food. Give me a few minutes. Hermione's eyes glazed over. Okay. Harry nodded. I'll just stand here and wait for you to get done. Hermione spent several minutes hovering around the room and soon built up a large stack of books. You do know that we can come back, don't you? Harry was more than a little amused by his friend's behavior, and that the books are probably safer here than they would be out of the vault. Yes, but... Hermione looked around. I guess this will be enough. Okay. Harry smiled. I'll help you carry them out. Thanks, Harry. Hermione smiled. Done already? The goblin nodded. To the next vault then? Yes, please. Harry put his arm around Hermione again. Are you gonna be okay, Hermione? I think so. Hermione squeezed her eyes shut. Let's go. To Hermione's relief, the ride to Harry's vault was mercifully short. We won't be long. Harry turned toward the goblin. I just want to get a bit of gold and have a quick look around. Take your time, the goblin smiled. I'll either stand and wait here for you or stand and wait for the next customer up top. Thanks. Harry gave a quick nod. Come on, Hermione. The two friends walked into the vault and Hermione took a few minutes to look around. Is it just gold in here? I don't know, Harry shrugged. That's one of the things I was hoping to find out. Do you mind if I look around? Hermione bit her lower lip. I was hoping you would. Harry smiled. You've got better eyes than I do. Okay. Hermione smiled at the show of trust. It took a few minutes but Hermione found something. Over here, Harry. What is it? Harry walked over. Looks like some uncut gems. Hermione held the items up. I haven't found anything but gold and these. Well, I guess we can't all have a vault filled with books, Harry shrugged. And who knows what's under all this gold, Hermione added. You might have something interesting down there. Might be worth checking out someday, Harry nodded. Let's go. The ride back up top went much smoother than the ride down and within minutes, Harry was back with his men. Have a good trip, sir? Smythe gave a knowing smile. It was very informative, Harry nodded. I just have to make a quick stop at one of the tellers and we're done here. Very good, sir, Smythe nodded. I'll have the men ready to move when you get done. Hermione trailed behind as Harry marched to the teller. Excuse me. How may I help you? The goblin leaned over the high counter. I need to get a list of the people that can access my account. Harry slid his key over to the goblin. One moment, sir. The goblin's hands disappeared for a moment. Will there be anything else? Just a moment. Harry's eyes skimmed the list and his expression hardened. Who put all these names on the list? The only people who can put names on that list is yourself and... The goblin glanced at his desk. Albus Dumbledore. I see, Harry nodded. Is it possible to remove access for everyone on the list except for myself? Yes, the goblin nodded. Would you like me to do so? I would, Harry nodded. I don't want anyone to be able to get into my account except for me, and her. What? Hermione's eyes widened. I trust you, Harry glanced over. That puts you ahead of almost everyone on this list. One moment. The goblin made some notations on a parchment. Do you need anything else? Can I get a list of withdrawals and who performed them since my parents' death? I'd also like to know if there's more than one key. There is another key to your account, the goblin nodded. Would you like it? Yes, Harry nodded. Do you have it? It was returned to the bank after your parents' death. The goblin's hands disappeared again. Here is your key and the statement of account use that you requested. Thank you. Harry went over the document and allowed himself to relax. Is there any other account information that I should have? Everything is in the documents I gave you. The goblin gave an odd smile. It is good to see a wizard taking an interest in his finances. It gives me hope that they might not all be as stupid as one might think. Will there be anything else? No. Harry shook his head. Have a nice day. Why did you get so angry? Hermione asked as they walked away from the counter. I can understand not liking the fact that someone had access to your account, but how do you know that your parents didn't give it to him? I'm sure that my parents gave him access to the account, Harry nodded. There is a date next to each name that tells when it was added to the list, and his was put in before the death of my parents. And after the death of my parents, Harry's jaw tightened. It looks like he decided to add every member of the order. I'm rather annoyed that he thought it would be a good idea to open my account up to so many people. Oh. They didn't take anything, did they? Hermione feared that she was about to witness her friend lose his temper. No, Harry shook his head. At a guess, most of them didn't know that they could have gone into my account, and if they did, then it doesn't look like they had access to the key. If they did, then I can think of at least one of them I wouldn't trust with it. So nothing was taken? Hermione perked up. No, Harry shook his head and handed her the spare key. Keep this safe, please. Are you sure you want to give this to me? Hermione's eyes widened. Are you going to rob me? Harry's face was impassive as he looked at her. No, Hermione shook her head. Of course not. Are you going to give it to someone else or do something else of that nature? No, Hermione was starting to become annoyed. I believe you, Harry nodded. That's why I gave you that key. It's also why I gave you access to that account. Oh, thank you. Hermione's heart warmed at her friend's show of trust. Where to now, sir? Smythe grinned as he watched the exchange. Let's position the men and get something to eat, Harry replied. I'm starving after all that. Very good, sir, Smythe nodded. Harry and his group walked out of the bank, and Harry immediately noticed a group of 3 Aurors standing around the dead Death Eaters. Where do you want me to put the men, sir? Smythe prompted the young officer. Place the men in the locations that we discussed. Harry took another glance towards the location of their skirmish. I suppose I'd better go talk to the Aurors before they start thinking. Wouldn't want them to hurt themselves, McLean chuckled. I'll go with you if you don't mind, sir. I'm coming too, Hermione added. Let's go, Harry nodded. Jones. Smythe watched Harry's group walk towards the Aurors. The Major is a trusting sort. I'm not. I'll have the men pick their targets, Jones nodded. You give the word and there won't be a man standing within 100 feet of the CO. Now that's what I like to see in my NCOs, Smythe gave a satisfied nod. Initiative. Something I can help you gentlemen with? Harry kept his face impassive as he approached the group of Aurors. What are you doing here, Potter? One of the Aurors glared. Nothing important, Harry waved it off. There's some reason you haven't cleaned up yet? We have yet to determine what has happened. He had been an Auror for 5 years and he wasn't going to let some snot-nosed kid tell him what to do. And we can't do anything with the bodies until we do. Is that all? Harry smiled. They showed up and I had my men kill them. Was there something else you needed? You what? Had my men kill them, Harry repeated himself. Will that be all then? Harry Potter, he could see the headlines. I'm placing you under arrest for the murder of URK. Without being prompted, McLean produced a wicked-looking knife and held it against the Auror's throat. Just give me the word, sir. I don't think that will be necessary, Harry smiled. I'm sure he didn't mean anything by that. There are 3 of us, Potter, one of the other Aurors spoke up. And you'll all be dead the moment you even think about reaching for your wands, McLean sneered. You even think about. I said that won't be necessary. Harry's gave a calm smile. I'm sure they just haven't heard about my new status, have you? The 2 Aurors became aware of several old men pointing odd-looking spears at them and began to sweat nervously. They won't be able to get here in time to help you, Potter. They don't have to get here to help me. Harry's smile widened. They're already closer than they were to the Death Eaters. But I'm sure that this is all a misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? The first Auror was very aware of the blade against his throat. I'm guessing that you haven't been informed of the fact that I've been granted the authority to kill every Death Eater in England. Harry waved McLean off. So the way I see it, you're all just victims of the bureaucratic process. That sounds right. The first Auror hand twitched. Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Potter. Not a problem, Harry nodded. Like I said, you're the victim here. Well, be about your business then. By unspoken agreement, the 3 Aurors decided that it was best to just go with the Potter boys' suggestions and leave things alone. Have a good day then, Harry offered his arm to Hermione. Let's go to lunch. Come on, McLean, I'm buying. Right you were, sir. McLean's knife disappeared. Omake. Hermione squealed as the cart began to pick up speed. Wahoo. Hermione. Harry glanced at the girl. Faster. Hermione threw up her arms. Oh ho 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 ho. I thought you hated this kind of thing? Harry shuddered at the girl's crazed laugh. You hated flying. Flying is nothing like this, Hermione laughed. This is great. You were right when you said how great this was. Oh ho 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 ho, thanks Harry. No problem. Harry shuddered at the girl's crazed laugh again. Maybe he was wrong when he thought that Hermione wouldn't be ruthless enough to fight Death Eaters. If watching Dudley's anime had taught him anything, it was that a girl like that had little or no respect for human life. And a leather fetish. Maybe this wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. Hey Tom. Harry called out in greeting as his group entered the leaky cauldron. I've got your table ready over here. Tom ushered the group over to a large corner table. Could I get that table over there? McLean waved his hand towards one of the other tables. No offense sir, but I expect Jones to come in soon and we usually talk about, well, let's just say that our conversations aren't fit for mixed company. If you want, Harry nodded. But I want you to know that you're welcome to stay. I'd be happy to share a table with any one of the men. I know sir. McLean refrained from mentioning the fact that his chosen table gave him a better view of the entrance and exit. But I'd rather sit there all the same. Thank you for the offer though. Okay. Harry nodded. Be sure to put whatever they order on my bill, Tom. Right you are, Mr. Potter. Tom nodded. It's Harry to you, Tom. Harry smiled. Could you send out whatever you think I'd like? I trust your opinion. Same for me. Hermione nodded. Thank you, Tom. Right away. Tom nodded. You'll have the best meal in the house. So, Hermione turned to Harry. Who's the man in the gray suit? I'll introduce you to him. Harry dodged the question. I was planning to meet with him after this and I was hoping that you'd come along. Okay. Hermione nodded. Could we visit my parents after that? I want to let them know where I'll be this summer. Okay. Harry nodded. How has your summer been so far? It's been okay. Hermione smiled. I got some new books. And you've already read them, Harry chuckled. I've got a couple that you might want to look through. Oh, Hermione perked up. You've been studying? A little, Harry nodded, but mostly for my new position. What books have you been reading? Hermione leaned forward. Well, Harry tapped his chin. Your grandfather's book, another called The Defense of Duffer's Drift, and a few more that I haven't gotten to yet. Muggle books then? Hermione nodded. Your grandfather's book has a few potions and charms. Harry smiled. It's very interesting. Okay. Hermione began fidgeting. About those Death Eaters. What about them? Harry took her hand. Did you have to kill them? Hermione avoided Harry's eye. I'm not judging, but did they have to die? Some of them weren't much older than we are. If I hadn't, then they could have been a danger to us later. Harry shrugged. Say what you will about it, but I've just guaranteed that those Death Eaters can never hurt another person. I know, but Hermione bit her lower lip. It's perfectly natural to want to resolve things in a less violent manner, Harry assured his friend. Society has spent years telling you that killing is wrong, and Hogwarts doesn't do much to contradict that idea. Like it or not, we are in a fight with a group that does not conform to social norms. Doesn't that make you just as bad as they are? Hermione flinched. I'm sorry, Harry, I didn't mean it like that. It's a valid question, Harry smiled. People have been saying it for years. Killing them will make you just as bad as they are. Well? Hermione was afraid to hear the answer. It uses bad logic, Harry smiled. Hanging around you must have done me a bit of good because I figured it out. Killing them does not make me just as bad as they are. Similar maybe, but not nearly as bad. You still haven't explained what you mean. Hermione began to relax. My men and I are better than they are for one simple reason, Harry smiled. We do not target non-combatants. Death Eaters kill children and Muggles. My group protects children and Muggles. If in my job of protecting innocents I'm called upon to kill a few Death Eaters, Harry shrugged. The ends justify the means? Hermione blinked. Sometimes, Harry nodded. I guess I can accept that, Hermione nodded. But why can't you use stunners? I know why your men can't, but why can't you? Every time a Death Eater gets hit by a stunner, his friends revive him. Harry smiled. It's harder to heal a missing arm. Most of the time, even if they don't suffer lethal injury, the Death Eater is out of the fight and forced to endure a long recuperation. Oh, Hermione wilted. It isn't glamorous, Harry sighed. I have to consider the best way to hurt Voldemort, and if I remove his followers, make it so they can't be broken out of some prison. It hurts Voldemort, Hermione's shoulders slumped, and the best way to do that is by killing people. Best way I can think of, Harry nodded. Oh, Hermione looked down at the table. Let's talk about something else. Okay. Harry licked his lips. What do you want to talk about? Are you planning to go back to school? Hermione made a weak attempt to smile. No, Harry shook his head. Even without taking my responsibilities into account, I'm not going to do anything that'll give Dumbledore any control over my life. But why? Hermione's voice showed her distress. It's important to get a good education. I'll continue my education if I can, Harry smiled. But I won't have any more to do with Dumbledore. Is this because of your fight? Hermione frowned. He said I was going dark because I killed a few Death Eaters. Harry's hands clenched. He said that they'd never get a chance to redeem themselves. He compared me to Voldemort. Said that I reminded him of the bastard. Is it really that bad between you and Dumbledore? Hermione winced. I mean, couldn't you put these things behind you? School is important. He was quite clear what he meant. Harry's frown deepened. I'm sure he was just using it as emotional blackmail, but he crossed the line. Hermione decided to give up this argument. He shouldn't have done that. Yes, Harry's shoulders dropped. And when you couple that with what I learned at the bank. You're right, Harry, Hermione whispered. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Harry noticed Tom approaching with the food. But I think we should change the subject again. We've run another into the ground. Yeah, Hermione agreed. What should we talk about now? Here you are. Tom placed a candle on the table between them. Thought you might need a bit more light over here. Enjoy your meal. Thank you, Tom. Hermione smiled. Yeah, thanks, Harry nodded. Are you planning to recruit more people into your unit? Hermione smiled. I couldn't think of another safe subject. Probably, Harry nodded. They want the men to train new officers. Don't have any plans to start recruitment, but I'm sure I'll need to at some point. Oh, Hermione slouched. To replace the people that get lost? To bring things up to full strength, Harry chuckled. On paper, I'm allowed to have many times the amount of men I do now. Really? Hermione perked up a bit. Why do you have less men than you're supposed to? One reason is that there aren't too many old-timers to recruit, Harry yawned. They don't make up a large percent of the retired population. Another reason is that I'm already stretched to my limits with what I've got. I need a bit of time to get things together before I expand. Can I help? Hermione blinked. I hope so, Harry smirked. I'm used to having you around to do my thinking. You're not dumb, Hermione glared. You may be lazy and unmotivated, but you're not dumb. It was supposed to be a joke, Harry shook his head. Well, it wasn't funny. Hermione picked at her food. Sorry, Harry shrugged. And it looks like I killed another subject. How about we talk about? Harry's eyes glazed as he tried to think of a safe subject. I don't know. Your vault. How do you plan to get through all those books if you don't have regular access to Diagon Alley? And are you planning to take the books to your house? I was hoping that I could come here with you. Hermione smiled sheepishly. My parents don't want me coming here alone. They're afraid of Death Eater attacks. I was planning to bring my books home. Why? Because I don't think it's a good idea. Harry took a sip of his drink. It would make your family a bigger target. What do you mean? Hermione leaned forward. Those books contain spells that haven't been used for years. Harry looked his friend in the eye. Even if they didn't have anything useful to Voldemort, they're still valuable. But the Order is watching over my house, Hermione protested. They'll. Harry's snort of disgust interrupted Hermione's musings, and they've shown time and time again how much they can be trusted. No one under the protection of the vaunted Order will ever get hurt now, will they? You've proved your point, Hermione scowled. You didn't have to be so snarky about it. I was to insult them, not you, Harry shrugged. You know they've still been following me? Even though I told them all to shove off. I'm not surprised, Hermione smiled. You are Harry Potter after all. Yes, but my point was that I knew that they were still following me. Harry's smile turned menacing. They weren't good enough to hide themselves from my men. Using magic, some of the Order's best couldn't hide themselves from us. Puts a whole new spin on their competence now, doesn't it? Fine, Hermione frowned. I won't take my books home. I'm starting to wonder if I should go home, and I guess my parents can go overseas for a while. Why do you say that? Harry, you've spent the last few minutes convincing me that the Order can't be trusted with something as important as picking up my dry cleaning. Why do you think I'd let them watch my parents? Hermione bit her lower lip. What if they have another traitor? I'll see if I can spare a few men to watch over your house, Harry smiled. At least until we can figure out how to deal with things. You shouldn't have to be away from your family all summer, and your parents shouldn't have to leave their home. Excellent idea, sir. Smythe had walked into the room and joined the conversation. He was always in favor of keeping his family safe. The men are in position, and I took the liberty of putting a couple sharpshooters on the rooftops. Good, Harry nodded. Could you contact our friend in the gray suit and get us an appointment? Yes, sir, Smythe nodded. Anything else? Have you eaten yet? Harry scratched his chin. And for that matter, has anyone eaten yet? I haven't, Smythe shook his head, and I've already got something set up for the men. Get something to eat. Harry glanced around the room. After that, Hermione wants to go see her parents. Right you are, Smythe nodded. I'll just go join McLean. Not going to sit with us? Hermione asked. I've got a few things I need to discuss with McLean. Smythe patted his granddaughter on the head. I'd love to keep company with you, but duty calls. Okay. Hermione nodded. So long as you're not ducking out on me. I'd never do that, less it was for your own good. Smythe added the last part in his mind. Sides. I won't be more than a few feet away. Okay. Hermione smiled up at her grandfather. Smythe gave his granddaughter another fond pat on the head before walking over to join his friend. Well? Smythe sat down. Good situational awareness, McLean answered quickly. He's always looking around, looks as if he's been in bad places before. Bad family life, Smythe replied. Anything else? He needs to learn how to carry himself. McLean stopped to watch as two men walked through the front door. I think it'd be helpful if he'd learn to use that new sword of his. Couple of the boys were in cavalry units, Smythe nodded, but I think you'd be a good first teacher. Thought you wanted him to be a proper gentleman? McLean raised an eyebrow. I want him to be alive, Smythe countered. Sides, if he knifes the witnesses, then who's to say that he didn't win the fight the fair way? Makes no difference to me, McLean shrugged. So long as he does everything else like a gentleman, then I don't see why he can't fight dirty. We're going to make a quick stop at my granddaughter's house after this, Smythe waved Tom over. Things are going well then. McLean smirked. They already knew each other, Smythe replied. I'll have whatever the special is. I'll have it out soon, Tom nodded. We have a situation. Dumbledore looked around the room. Harry no longer trusts me and I fear that he has recruited a group of men who have killed several people on Harry's orders. The Order gasped. You can't be serious. Molly looked to be close to tears. Harry? Tell them the rest of it, Moody scowled. Tell them that the dead men were only Death Eaters. They're still people, Dumbledore frowned, and as such they deserved a chance to be redeemed. Harry has denied them that right. And they've denied that right to several innocent people, Moody's eyes narrowed. Or are innocent people not worth saving? Of course they're worth saving, Dumbledore protested. But just because Harry was saving people doesn't mean he has the right to kill others. Is that what you really think, Albus? Minerva frowned. Are you willing to sacrifice us in the hope that one of our killers might someday repent? That's not what I said, Dumbledore frowned. Yes it is, Moody gave an evil leer. You don't give a damn about any of the victims because you're too wrapped up with the thought of saving their murders. What do you think about what Harry's become? Albus made a vain attempt to change the subject. Potter scares me, Moody admitted with a frown. I saw what happened when he decided to take action. He's one of the most ruthless bastards I've ever met. How dare you say that about Harry? Molly looked to be working herself into a rage. Why that boy? As a killer, Moody interrupted. If he were on the other side he'd make the Lestranges look like insolent school children. He's not dark. It's just something in his nature. Only about 10% of all Aurors are willing to use lethal curses on their enemies. Among those 10%, about 2% never feel any regret. You said that he'd be worse than the Lestranges? Dumbledore was beginning to regret some of the choices he'd made. In what way? Not worse. Moody shook his head. They kill for fun, they like to draw it out, and if they want you dead they're likely to take their time doing it. Harry, if he wanted you dead he'd do it. He wouldn't play around, he wouldn't waste his time or put it off, he'd just kill you. What do you think made him this way? Dumbledore was afraid of the answer. When most people grow up, they're taught to respect their fellow man, never learned that killing was wrong. Moody glanced around the room. Harry never learned that, and it's too late to teach him. Dumbledore closed his eyes in shame. He'd created another monster and set it upon the wizarding world. Wipe that look off your face, Albus, Moody barked. I know you, and I know that you're not as lily-white as you like to pretend. You just said Harry was a killer. Dumbledore shook his head. What am I supposed to think? I said that he could kill without remorse, Moody replied. Without any emotion. He's what you made him, and I'm not going to stay with you if you're set on standing against him. He's not a threat unless you insist on making him a threat. Voldemort and his lot are a pack of rabid dogs. Harry and his are nothing like that. Mucked things up royally. Stuck your foot down your throat. Moody nodded. What about me? I'm in that 10%. I've killed my share of them, so does that make me the next Dark Lord? You're an Auror. Albus knew that he had to regain control of this conversation. It's your job to fight this war. Moody nodded. It is. I volunteered for this. I had to go through several steps before I was thrown to the wolves. On the other hand, Harry was forced into this life. I had some happy memories to fall back on when things got tough. What does Harry have? What happy memories did you allow him? Does anyone know what brings the boy joy in the dark hours of the night? He said that his happiest memories were getting his Hogwarts letter and the thought that he could live with Sirius. Remus spoke up. He didn't have much else. Why did you do this to him, Albus? Why did you have to put Harry with those people? It was for the greater good, Dumbledore protested. I did what was best for the boy. A house without love is not what's best for him. Molly looked ready to burst into tears. Oh, Albus, what have you done? He needed to be protected. Dumbledore raised his voice. He needed to be kept safe. I kept him safe. He wouldn't have gotten that safety with another family. I remember what you told me that night. Minerva's jaw was clenched. And to my eternal shame I allowed you to place him with those people. I may never forgive myself for that. I don't see what all this fuss is about, Snape sneered. It's obvious that this is all because of the way the boy was coddled. He's an arrogant little brat just like his father. Severus, please. Albus was relieved that the room had shifted its attention to the greasy potions master. That sort of talk doesn't help. What we need is a way to regain Harry's trust. Just grab the boy and bring him here. Snape gave a nasty smile. A few months here without any of the usual opportunities to get into trouble will do the brat a world of good. Good luck. Tonks rubbed her neck. I was following him under an invisibility cloak and they still detected me. Clumsy oaf, Snape snapped. I didn't stumble. Tonks fingered her wand. They caught on another way. I still don't understand why Albus allows you to come to these meetings. Snape wouldn't let things go. You're a useless snot, no better than your mother or your mud-blood father. One more word, Tonks growled. Severus, please. Dumbledore gave Hogwarts' most biased professor a look of disappointment. We don't need that sort of language in this order. And you aren't helping things with your attitude, Nymphadora. Both of you stop acting like children. If he says another word about my parents, then I'm going to hex him into a bloody puddle. Tonks refused to take her eyes off Snape. I won't ask for an apology, I won't give any warning, and I won't hesitate. And I'll help you. Moody gave Dumbledore a warning glance. So will I, Shacklebolt promised. People please. Dumbledore felt his control slipping again. Calm down. I'm not going to allow him to be such an anymore. Tonks's glare refused to let up. If he wants to remain uninjured, then he's going to have to learn some manners. I see now that it is impossible to return this meeting to its agenda. Dumbledore gave a disappointed sigh. So I call this meeting to a close. Come along, Severus. I have some things that I'd like to discuss with you. Bastard. Tonks watched as the headmaster and his pet potions master left the room. Which one? Moody took Tonks by the elbow and led her out of the room. I'm gonna need to borrow her for a moment, Shaq. No problem, Mad Eye, the Black Auror shrugged. What do you need, Moody? Tonks ground her teeth. Not till we're out of the room. Moody dragged her into the hall into an unused room. Casting several privacy charms, Moody took a second to admire his work before turning back to the young Auror. What do you want, Moody? First off, Moody gave an evil-looking smile. I'm proud of the way you stood up to the two of them. Shows that you've got the makings to be a great Auror someday. The best of us should be able to stare down anyone, no matter who they are. Thanks, Tonks blinked. This was not what she expected. What else can I do for you? You said that Potter's men spotted you under your invisibility cloak? Moody turned serious. How? They said that they smelled my perfume. Tonks frowned. Didn't they tell you not to wear that at the academy? Moody asked quietly. No, Tonks shook her head, but I don't wear it anyway. It always makes me sneeze. Must have been your soap then, Moody sighed. Did you see them use any magic? No, Tonks shook her head, but one of them knew my Muggle grandfather, if that helps. Moody nodded. It may. I know these men. I can't remember where I know them from, but I know these men. One of them was named McLean, Tonks suggested. Did he have an ugly-looking knife with him? Moody's eyes widened. Yeah, Tonks rubbed her neck. Why? I thought he was dead. Moody shook his head. It does explain a few things though I do wonder where Harry was able to find them. What is it? Tonks smiled. See if you can set up a meeting with Potter. Moody glanced around. Tell no one and make sure he knows that it's me requesting this meeting. Why? Tonks bit her lower lip. Why me? He likes you, Moody shrugged. And you're female. Most of his men will be reluctant to kill you for that reason. What? Tonks' eyes widened. Kill me? I wouldn't have sent you if I thought you'd be in any danger. Moody smiled. I might be, but I doubt you will. Less you make a move towards Harry with McLean around. Watch that one. Okay. Tonks nodded. But why me? And don't try to sneak up or anything. Moody ignored the question. Be as obvious as you can. Just walk up to the front doors and ask for Harry. Wait for him to get back if he's out. Okay. Tonks licked her lips. I'll do it. Good, Moody smiled. Good luck. Nervous? Hermione asked as the car pulled up to her house. Why would I be? Harry smiled. We're just coming to talk. We're coming to tell them that it's not safe and that it would be better if I stayed with you. Hermione made no move to open her door. I'm worried that they might decide that they have to protect me. Don't worry about it. Harry opened his door and motioned for her to do the same. I'm not going to. Your parents may surprise you. Smythe nodded. All else fails, then I'll talk to them. I don't think it'll be necessary, but I promise that I'll talk to them if need be. Hey hun, Hermione's father greeted her at the door. Did you have a good time? I need to talk to you and Mum, Hermione replied seriously. It's important. All right hun, the man replied with a smile on his face. Inside he had gone cold. If that Potter kid had knocked up his baby then he was going to find out why dentists were universally feared. Have a seat, sweetie. Hermione's mother motioned towards a chair. And tell us what you're so worked up about. You know about how things are heating up? Hermione's eyes searched her parents' faces. I'm worried about you. I'm afraid that someone is going to try to kill you. Why? Because of me. Harry entered the conversation. Not just because of you, Hermione said quickly. It's also because I'm Muggle-born. They can't stand the fact that I'm allowed to go to school or have basic rights. I imagine that the fact that you're at the top of your class would annoy them too, wouldn't it? Hermione's mother smirked. Get to the point, hun. I want you to move, Hermione said quickly. Move? Hermione's mother raised an eyebrow. Yes. Hermione nodded. I want you to go somewhere safe. Why should we leave our house? Hermione's father growled. Why can't the magical police protect us? Because they're controlled by a bunch of idiots that are either too afraid to do anything to anger the other side or are sympathetic with the other side. Harry spoke sharply. I wouldn't trust them with the security for a garbage dump. If you really have to stay, then I'd be willing to set up as many protections as I can arrange. With the ministry being as corrupt as they are, Smythe spoke for the first time. I wouldn't be surprised if they knew where you lived. Might be a good idea to switch houses at the very least. We'll think about it, Hermione's mother said firmly. Now if you boys will excuse me, I'd like to have a private conversation with my daughter. All I ask is that you think about it. Smythe nodded. I need to go take care of something major. Smythe said to Harry, I'll be back in a flash. Okay. Harry nodded. Come with me, lad. Hermione's father took Harry by the arm, and let's leave these girls alone to their talk. Okay, Mr. Granger, Harry agreed. Call me Dan. The man grinned. We'll be back soon, hun. Have fun with your talk, Jane. So tell me. Jane asked her daughter, how long have the two of you been dating? We're not dating, Mum, Hermione replied with a blush. We just have an arrangement. An arrangement? Jane asked flatly. Yeah, Hermione agreed with a mischievous grin. He asked me to be his date to parties and I agreed to protect him from all those other nasty girls. What? Jane blinked. This wasn't going the way she had thought it would. He's afraid of fangirls. Hermione giggled. He thinks having me around will protect him from the worst of them. And you're okay with this, dear? He's my best friend. Hermione nodded. We talked things out and agreed that anything serious would wait until later. Your father will be relieved to hear that, Jane said with a grin. Did you see the look on his face when you said you had to talk to us? What was that all about? He was afraid that you were going to tell him that you were going to make us grandparents. Jane giggled, and he was imagining what he was going to do to Harry after he tricked a poor boy into his dentist's chair. Mum. Hermione was scandalized. Well, he doesn't get to see you all that often, Jane explained. He worries that some boy is going to move in while he's not around to protect you. Why are you in that uniform, lad? Dan asked in a deceptively mild tone of voice. I joined the army, Harry replied. Me and the old-timers are going to make the country safe again. You sure you know what you're getting into? Dan sighed. It's not an easy thing to kill a man. Sure it is, Harry disagreed. All it takes is 4 pounds of pressure on the trigger. It's too easy. You'll learn, lad. Dan shrugged. Hardest thing I had to learn as a dentist was to cause pain without flinching when the patent screamed. I already learned. By its own violation, Harry's hand dropped to caress the butt of his Webley. What happened? Lots of things, Harry said, jerking his hand off the pistol as if it were red hot. Most recently I had to kill some of them. I'm sorry it had to happen to you so young then, said Dan. The man's lips pursed as he tried to think of something to add that would make the situation get better. I'm not, Harry replied with a half grin. Those are a few Death Eaters that won't ever hurt anyone again. I can't bring myself to feel emotional about a group of people that want to kill me and everyone I've ever cared about. Well, Dan said, changing the subject. It's good to see that Hermione carried on the tradition of dating military men. It's how I met her mother and how her grandmother met her grandfather and so on. You were in the army? Harry asked with an odd look on his face. Even the army needs dentists and I had a lot of fun while it lasted. The older man grinned at the memory and his shoulders straightened as he relived the memories. Then I did the dumbest thing I've ever done in my life. What? Harry was beginning to enjoy the story. I volunteered for jump school. To be honest, I begged to be allowed to go to jump school. I thought it would impress Jane's family. He laughed at the memory. Nearly pissed myself every time I had to walk to the door and broke both legs on the last jump. Never would have had to do it again and I had to break both legs on the last time I'd ever do it. Well, to make a long story short, I got out of the army because of my injuries and started a private practice with my wife. I might be able to arrange for those injuries to get healed, Harry said cautiously, if they're still bothering you. I'll think about it. Dan nodded. They don't bother me much and the only reason the army let me go was because it made it difficult to run. Never ran much in uniform and I never run much now. I'm a dentist, not a combat troop. Would you be willing to look at my men? Harry asked slowly. I don't know what kind of medical care they've had and to be quite frank, some of them have some pretty bad teeth. Don't want to try the magical approach then? I was hoping to use both. I don't know anything about dentistry or healing magic, but it seems to me that there are some things that one could do that the other could not. Glad that you're more sensible than most magical folk then, Dan told Harry with a grin. Most of them treat us with confused contempt at best. It might be because I was raised without knowing about magic, Harry offered. Could be, lad, Dan agreed. Or it could be that you've got a bit of sense, something I haven't seen much in my dealings with the magic world. So why don't you tell me what you think of my daughter? She's one of the smartest people I've ever met, Harry replied honestly. She's a good friend, I'm lucky to know her. Good to hear. Dan smiled with fatherly pride. Why don't we go see if the girls are ready for us to come back? Okay. Harry agreed with a shrug. The two men returned to the sitting room to find the girls giggling over tea and swapping embarrassing stories. Maybe we should have stayed away a little longer, Harry? Dan asked with a grin. Least then we wouldn't have to stand around and take this. Did you really swallow one of the little flying balls? Snitch Mum, Hermione. Yes, a snitch, to end one of your games? Jane asked with an incredulous grin. Yeah. Harry nodded. Hermione told you that, huh? They've named it the Potter Catch in the newest edition of Quidditch Through the Ages. You can get her back with a few stories of your own, lad, Dan prompted. Don't you dare, Hermione shouted before Harry had a chance to speak. Harry's much too sweet to do something like that if he knows what's good for him. Best do as she says. Dan slapped Harry on the back. That's the same tone her mother uses when she's serious. If you say so, Harry said. He was still a bit out of his depth in this conversation. Got your meeting set up, Major, Smythe said as he entered the room with suspiciously good timing. Did you want to attend this one, Hermione? Harry asked his friend with a raised eyebrow. Yes, I did. Hermione nodded. See you later, Mum, Dad. So who is this man in the gray suit? Hermione asked as the trio walked towards Smythe's car. Interesting guy, Harry said conversationally. He can go from unimportant bureaucrat to your best friend in the blink of an eye. I thought he was doing magic when I caught on. He's a bloody spook, darling, Smythe explained. Works for one of the alphabet soup and probably can't even tell himself what he does. Oh, Hermione said in surprise. Who else are we meeting? The Ministry face to the Muggle world, woman by the name of Daphne Blake, Smythe replied, and some army brass. Could you teach me to use a pistol like Harry's? Hermione's brain switched gears. Hermione, Harry said in shock. Sure can, hun, Smythe agreed. Might be best to start you off on something a bit smaller than Harry's though. Not sure your hands are big enough to handle his Webley. Okay. Hermione agreed with a smile. How about a PPK like James Bond has? How about something British? Smythe retorted, like a Royal Irish Constabulary. Is that in your book? Hermione asked quickly. Harry said that he'll loan me his copy and I can't wait to read it. Told you about my book, did he? Smythe said with a grin. Yes, I did, Harry interjected. And I was hoping to get it reprinted for the new men. Might think about expanding it too, Smythe added. Make it a manual for new officers and men or some such. Sections on how to care for and wear your uniform, or some basics on using the sword. Good idea, Harry agreed. A book on everything you need to know to be in my unit. Would it be possible to make it self-updating? Should be, Hermione said with a grin. Can I have a copy of that book too? Course you can, hun, Smythe agreed. The car pulled up to the government building and Smythe turned to look at his passengers. You two go ahead while I find a parking space. Okay, Grandpa, Hermione agreed. Let's go. Harry stepped out and held the door open for his friend. Thank you, Harry, Hermione said with a grateful smile. Where are we going? Follow me, Harry said. The two friends walked through the front entrance and past the curious receptionist to an unmarked door. After you, Harry said after opening the door. Such a gentleman. Hermione giggled. I agree, a voice on the other side of the door agreed. A good catch to be sure. Who are you? Hermione asked, embarrassed at being heard. Daphne Blake, the woman replied. Officially the Ministry's representative to the Muggle government, and officially I've spent more time doing that job in the last 2 days than I have in the rest of my career. The magical government doesn't like to me or my non-magical colleagues to get any information. Couldn't you just go to Diagon Alley? Hermione asked quietly. Until now I didn't see the need to, Daphne confessed. I have other duties that take up most of my time and I seldom give a thought to the magical world. What would be the point? But, Hermione's jaw worked as she tried to find a reply. I think you'll find that the bigotry you encounter at Hogwarts is just a pale shadow of what's waiting in the world, Daphne said sadly. You'll find that all the jobs go to purebloods and they'll say that it wouldn't really be fair to give one to a Muggle born because they can survive in both worlds. Pure bloods can't be expected to leave the only world they've ever known, can they? You'll go to another school to learn how to live in your own world, and you'll catch up on all the schooling that you missed out on by attending Hogwarts, and life will move on. If you're lucky, you'll get a letter or two a year from one of your old friends and you'll get on with your life. No one stays in the magical world? Hermione asked in horrified shock. Some do, Daphne allowed. Not many, mostly those that married a pure blood, with the occasional rare case of a student being so brilliant that they're recruited by one of the research companies or Gringotts. That's terrible, Hermione said in outrage. That's life, Daphne replied with a shrug. Do you keep track of all the Muggle-borns that leave the magic world? Harry asked quietly. Some of them, Daphne agreed. Why? Ask them to come in for a meeting, Harry ordered. I have an idea. What are you planning? Hermione asked quickly. I'm thinking that it might be useful to have a lot of fully trained magic users on my side, Harry replied. If all else fails, then they deserve to know about Voldemort's return so they have a better chance to look after themselves. The wizarding world won't like you bringing all the Muggle-born students back, Daphne cautioned. Then it'll have to change or be destroyed, Harry replied. And if they choose destruction, then we'll just have to start over and build something new. Harry, Hermione said happily. I believe you, Daphne said after a moment of thought. And I'll help you do it if you like. Thank you, Harry replied with a smile. The door opened to admit the man in the gray suit and General Montblanc from the previous meeting. Who is your young friend, Major? The man in the gray suit regarded Hermione with undisguised curiosity. That's my friend Hermione, Harry replied. Sergeant Major Smythe's great-granddaughter and one of the people that might be able to answer some of your questions. Really? The man in the gray suit asked with a smile. May I steal her for a short time? Harry glanced over at Hermione and raised an eyebrow. Why don't we go to this corner over here to talk? Hermione suggested. I don't know how much help I'll be, but I'll do what I can. Thank you, the man replied quickly. That is all I can ask for. While they're talking, can you spare a moment of your time to have a short chat with me before the meeting, Major? The general asked Harry quietly. Sure, Harry agreed. What can I do for you? I was hoping that you could make a place in your unit for a man I know, the general explained. Good man, 10 years in the Special Air Service, all the right qualifications. A career man, one of the best soldiers I've had the pleasure to command. And, Harry prompted. And he lost both his legs in an accident, the general came to the point. I was hoping that you might have room for a clerk or a quartermaster. He can't walk, but he can still think. The army's his life and it would kill him to get pensioned off. I'm sure I can use him, Harry agreed quickly. And I might be able to do something about his legs, no promises though. Thank you, Major, the general said in relief. I knew I could count on your help. If you don't mind my asking about how you might help with his legs. Magic, Harry said with a shrug. I don't know if it'll help, but I'm willing to find out. Saw one man with a peg leg and he didn't have any difficulty. Might have been charmed to be easier to use. A peg leg? The general asked in shock. Medical replacements have come a long way since the use of peg legs. Do you think it would be possible to combine our technology with your magic? Again, I'm not sure, Harry replied, but I hope so. Thank you again, Major. The general clapped the young officer on the shoulder, for all you've done. Happy to help, Harry replied. Across the room, Hermione was having her conversation with the man in the gray suit. Thank you for agreeing to talk to me, Ms. Granger. The man in a rumpled gray suit greeted the young witch. You must be the man in the gray suit that Harry told me about, Hermione said with a smile. Guilty, the man said with a friendly grin. Your friend Harry mentioned that you would be able to answer quite a few of my questions. Maybe, Hermione agreed. Would you be willing to research the answers that you do not know? The man continued. I would of course be willing to pay you for your time, and I would also be willing to include research costs. Research costs? Hermione asked. Money for new books, the man explained. Quite a bit of money for new books so long as you are willing to forward me your receipt. Why? Hermione's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Because I am not without resources in your world, the man said quickly. They are not nearly as substantial as I would like, but they do exist, and they have told me a bit about you. Top of your year, considered the most brilliant student to grace the halls of the school in recent memory. And, Hermione prompted. And I have come to the conclusion that your position with Harry is similar to my position in the government, the man replied. You find the answers for questions. I have quite a few questions about the wizarding world, and it only makes sense to go to the established expert. What are your resources in the wizarding world? Hermione demanded. I really don't think that. I need to know what they are so I know what to focus my time on, Hermione explained. I see. My 12-year-old niece just completed her first year, the man said with a frown, and I am dependent on what I have been able to gather from my conversations with her. And you phrased it the way you did before, so I think that you knew more than you did, Hermione said with a nod. That is your first lesson, Miss Granger, the man said with a proud smile. Never let them know how much knowledge you have. Allow them to think that you know more than you do, or allow them to think that you know less, but never let them know how much you do. Can you get me a list of what you want to know? Hermione asked with a smile. That and more, the man agreed. Harry works for the general over there. I'd like you to work for me. Oh, good answer, the man said with a grin. It would make most people feel obligated to give you more information. I want you to be my representative with young Major Potter. I would like you to give me information about your world and give him the information that I managed to gather. I can do that, Hermione agreed slowly. Next we have to determine if you want to be an independent contractor or a member of my organization, the man continued. At the present time I'd rather you keep your independence. I think it would make things easier all around. I want credentials, Hermione demanded. I need to be able to do things that normal people aren't allowed to do. Like carry a pistol? The man asked with a raised eyebrow. That will not be a problem. I should be able to get something delivered later today. Anything else? I think we hit the main points, Hermione replied. We'll work out the details like pay later. It was a pleasure meeting you, and I think that it will be an even larger pleasure to work with you, Ms. Granger, the man said with a smile. Likewise, Hermione agreed. Looks like it's about time for the meeting to start, the man in the gray suit said. Why don't we take our places? Let's. Hermione walked over to the table and took a seat next to Harry and waited for the meeting to begin. What can we do for you, Major? The man in the gray suit opened the meeting. I've taken a couple prisoners, Harry replied. And I also have an agreement for a secure detention facility to keep them in if you give your approval. Secure detention facility? The man in the gray suit asked. Gringotts has agreed to provide guards and upkeep for a modest fee, Harry explained. I think it would be a good idea to take them up on their offer. Wouldn't it be difficult to get people in and out of the bank without being noticed? Daphne asked. They have a new form of magical transportation, Hermione spoke up. It allows two doors to be connected. In effect, you would go through a door here and come out in the bank. That could be very useful, the general agreed. I'll second your recommendation to enter into an agreement with the bank. Seconded, Daphne pitched in. Carried, the man in the gray suit nodded. Can you see to it, Major? Yes, I can, Harry replied. Another thing I thought I'd mention is truth potions. Go on, the man in the gray suit asked. Tell me about them. A few drops of the more powerful potions will prevent a person from being able to tell a lie, Harry said with a shrug. I think that they might also be able to compel answers from unwilling subjects. Can you get a supply of this potion? The man in the gray suit demanded. Not at the moment, Harry said, but I'm working on something with Ms. Blake that might solve that problem. Can we see about increasing his budget? The man in the gray suit turned to the general. The more I learn, the more I want. I'll see what I can do, the general agreed, so long as you match it with your discretionary funds. Done, the man agreed quickly. The last thing I wanted to bring up is that I am going to need more space, Harry said with a smile. The regimental building is doing for now, but I'm going to need more room. There are a few closed bases we might be able to give you, the general suggested. Nothing large, but I think you'll be able to find one that'll meet your needs. I'll send you a list. Thank you, Harry replied. I think that all of us will be sending you quite a large number of lists, the man in the gray suit said with a laugh. Is there anything else we can do for you, Major? I don't have anyone to interrogate the prisoners, Harry replied quickly. None of my men are trained with the latest techniques, and very few of them have any experience in making people talk. The man in the gray suit and the general shared a look. Why don't we both provide a few people, the general suggested. Excellent idea, the man in the gray suit enthused. I don't have anything else. Does anyone else have anything to add? He glanced around the room. Then I suggest that we adjourn for now. Everyone stood up and made their way out of the room. Harry and Hermione walked out the door that they'd entered and found Smythe waiting for them. One of the tame bobbies decided to have a talk with me, Smythe explained. Didn't like the fact that I had a suspicious bulge under my coat and didn't believe me when I said I was active army. What did you do? Hermione asked sympathetically. Took his gun away and marched him in here, Smythe replied. Called the general's dog's body and had him straighten everything out. Took his gun away? Hermione asked incredulously. Poor kid didn't even know how to use the bloody thing, Smythe agreed. Would have gone to the meeting anyway, but I got caught up teaching a class in proper handling of firearms and lost track of the time. Sorry about that, sir. Don't worry about it, Harry said dismissively. Might even be a good idea to offer to give the security around here a few more classes. Won't be necessary, sir, Smythe replied. Security in the building knows what they're doing. It's the men on the outside, metro cops, and carrying for the first time in their lives. The regular police have guns? Hermione said in shock. Just in this area and as a temporary measure, Smythe confirmed. On account of all the terrorist attacks. Voldemort? Harry asked. Probably, Smythe confirmed. The general had a man he wanted me to take, Harry said. Guy lost his legs and the general was hoping that we'd have a spot as a clerk or a supply sergeant. What did you tell him, sir? Told him that I could probably use a man like that, Harry continued. And that we might be able to enchant the prosthetics he's got to return him to 100%. That could work, Smythe allowed. And it would give us another pool of experienced men to recruit. Should I put the word out? Yeah, Harry said. I think that would be a good idea. Tonks walked up to the front doors of the Regimental Association building and knocked on the door. Yes. An old man in a uniform like the one Harry had been wearing opened the door. What can I do for you, young lady? Is Harry here? Tonks asked with an innocent smile. I can neither confirm or deny the presence of Major Potter, the old man answered coldly. I need to meet with him, Tonks said. I'm an Auror and I'm also a friend of his. Really? The old man asked flatly. Wait here. Okay, Tonks agreed. The old man disappeared for a few minutes and returned with a slightly younger man with cold eyes. Why are you here? The second man asked, and what's your name? I'm here to set up a meeting with Harry, Tonks replied. Haven't we met before? What's your name? The name's McLean and it looks like you still haven't changed your perfume. McLean? Tonks asked nervously. I was sent here by a man named Moody. He's an Auror and he wants to meet with Harry. Have him come here, McLean replied. Come with him, you have 10 minutes to get him here before I start getting nervous. I'll be right back, Tonks agreed quickly. The two old men watched her go and McLean smiled fondly. She's a good lass, McLean said after a moment of thought. Kept very still and wouldn't take her eyes off my hands. She's learning at least. Bah, the other man said in disgust. Still don't think women have a place in combat or as coppers. Times are changing, McLean said with a shrug. So far as I'm concerned it just means that they aren't hiding how dangerous they can be anymore. Get a couple glasses ready for me, would you? One of the good stuff for me and one of the worst stuff you can find for my guest. And the girl? The old man asked. Give her whatever she wants, McLean said with a shrug. Doesn't matter to me. I'll get everything ready, the old man said sourly. Anything else? Could you empty out the small smoking room on the first floor? McLean added. I'll be meeting my guest there. I'll do that, the old man agreed. I'll be waiting here, McLean said. Have fun. McLean pulled his watch out of his pocket and watched the minutes pass. 7 minutes had passed and the second hand was on the 4 when there was another knock on the door. Wondering when you'd show your face. McLean opened the door and, with such a kind invitation, Moody replied with a leer, I came as soon as I could. Right this way, McLean said, motioning towards the hall. What about me? Tonks asked quietly. Into the parlor, McLean replied. Someone will see to you. Thanks, Tonks said. The two men watched as the young Auror walked away. She has potential, McLean spoke suddenly. Has a long way to go. That she does, Moody agreed. Let's get down to business. Third door on the right, McLean replied. The two men walked down the hall and into the smoking room. Taking seats across from each other, McLean waited for Moody to make the first move. "Haven't seen you since before your father died." Moody took a sip of his whiskey and nearly spat it out. "Good booze. Filtered through a dozen cats just for you," McLean said with a grin. Never did hear how the old man bought it. "He was a tough old bastard." Moody smiled. "Took 24 of them to bring him down in the end, and they only succeeded because he'd been drinking." "Old man never could hold his liquor," McLean shrugged. "Only 3 of them survived." Moody's smile deepened. "For about 3 days, St. Mungo's couldn't do much for them. I thought you were dead." "It's good to see you again too," McLean nodded. "How's your wife?" "Still alive." Moody smiled. "She gave me a son." "How is he?" McLean wouldn't take his eyes off the other man. "In St. Mungo's with my daughter-in-law." Moody closed his eyes. "I tracked down the ones that did it." "Dead?" McLean nodded. "No." Moody shook his head. "I put them in Azkaban. I wanted them to suffer." "They escape?" "Yeah." Moody nodded. "I need to speak with your boss." "What are their names?" McLean wanted to keep the conversation back on track. "Lestrange." Moody sighed. "There are 3 of them. I need to speak with your boss." "Is he going to like this conversation?" McLean wasn't even blinking. "I think so." Moody nodded. "I was going to offer him the information in my private files." "I'll tell the sergeant major." McLean relaxed. "He'll set things up." "Thank you." Moody smiled. "It's the least I could do for my favorite cousin." McLean smiled. "I'm sorry about your boy." "I still have a grandson." Moody smiled. "My wife raised him. He doesn't know that I'm his grandfather." "Too dangerous." McLean nodded. "Too many people want you dead." "Had him take my wife's name." Moody sighed. "It isn't easy, but it's for the best." Harry and Hermione had returned from the meeting and were relaxing in his office while they discussed the handbook that was going to be produced. "What else should be included?" Harry muttered to himself. "We've got uniforms, guns, sword forms." "Don't worry about it," Hermione said dismissively. "It's not your job." "What?" Harry couldn't believe his ears. "For one thing," Hermione explained, "you're learning to do all this yourself, and for another it'll be your men writing it. Just give them the job and look over their results later. Flagpole, remember." "Thanks," Harry said. He tossed his notes into the garbage and favored his friend with a smile. "I didn't even consider that aspect." "It's not easy to delegate things," Hermione said sympathetically, "but it's sometimes necessary." The two looked up when they heard someone knock on the door. "What is it?" Harry called out. "It's me, Major," Smythe replied as he opened the door. "You've got a visitor." "Who is it?" Harry asked. "An Auror named Moody," Smythe said. "He showed up while we were out and has been waiting to meet with you." "Send him up," Harry said after a moment of thought. "I will, sir," Smythe agreed. "And I was hoping that I could borrow my lovely granddaughter for a bit while you have your meeting." "Sure," Hermione agreed. "Have fun with Moody." Harry pulled out his Webley and concealed the large pistol under his coat. He trusted Moody, but it never hurt to be prepared. "Thanks for agreeing to meet with me, Harry," Moody said as he entered the room. "No problem," Harry replied with a grin. "Have a seat." "Thank you," Moody said. "What can I do for you?" Harry asked the old Auror. "I'd like young Tonks to tutor you in Auror tactics and spells." Moody smiled. "She finished near the top of her class and she knows her stuff." "Why not you?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "I've got other responsibilities," Moody shrugged. "And other people I have to teach. And I think teaching you would teach her just as much." "2 for 1, Harry said with a nod. "Okay, we'll set something up." "You didn't say anything about it," Moody replied with a smile. "But I promise she won't be reporting to the headmaster." "She doesn't have to." Harry shook his head. "He likes to tour other people's minds. Snape too." "Oh really?" Moody's voice was low and dangerous. "Mind if I do something about that?" "Please do," Harry replied. "Though it does occur to me that it could be useful." "Teach your grandmother 2 eggs." Moody smirked. "I'll take care of everything. Thanks for telling me about this." "Surprised you didn't know," Harry replied. "Bit ashamed about that," Moody admitted. "Means I'm getting complacent." "Happens to the best of us," Harry said unhappily. "That it does, lad," Moody agreed. And while I may be complacent, I'm not daft enough to miss that bulge under your coat. Be prepared, Harry replied. I'll agree with that, Moody allowed. And I wasn't criticizing the fact that you didn't trust me. I was telling you that you either had to tailor the jacket to allow better concealment or that you had to get a smaller revolver for situations like this. I'll talk to Smythe about that, Harry agreed. At the moment though, this is all I've got. You make do with what you have, Moody replied. But don't hesitate to get something that has a better fit to your situation. What did you want to speak with me about? Hermione asked as Smythe led her down a hall. You wanted to learn how to shoot, didn't you? Smythe replied. Well then think of this as your first lesson. I've already read your book, Hermione said with an excited grin. Just skimmed it really, but it gave me an idea of how things are supposed to work. We haven't been back more than 2 hours, Smythe said with a grin. And you've already studied? Good gods, girl, are you trying to kill yourself? I like studying, Hermione said primly. Good that you do then. Smythe reached into his pocket and pulled out a small snub-nosed revolver. This is what I'm thinking of having you carry. What is it? Hermione asked curiously. It is a Royal Irish Constabulary, Smythe replied. The old man opened the loading gate and began popping short fat rounds out of the revolver. And what is a Royal Irish Constabulary? Hermione asked quickly. A Royal Irish Constabulary is a smaller pistol than what Harry uses, and I think it'll be easier for you to hold, Smythe lectured. It can be chambered in the same caliber as what he's got, so you won't have to worry about supplies and it's easier to conceal. Some of the disadvantages are that it takes more time to reload and it will have a greater felt recoil due to its low weight. Oh, Hermione said. The girl regarded the small weapon with undisguised fascination. This particular model fires a .455 caliber round-nosed bullet, Smythe continued. That's these little brass things in my hand. Can't I have something with smaller bullets? Hermione asked with a frown. She picked up one of the stubby little rounds, then there would be more room for more bullets. Never get into a gunfight with a caliber that starts with a number smaller than 400, Smythe replied. Those big bullets make big holes, and big holes are a good thing to inflict on other people. Okay, Hermione said, accepting that bit of logic. How am I supposed to carry it? Lots of ways, Smythe replied. You could put it on your ankle or under a shirt. Okay, Hermione said. Another thing you might want to think of doing is to start wearing a dress more often, Smythe suggested. Why? Hermione growled. 'Cause you could hide a bloody tank under a dress, Smythe replied with a smirk. If you're going to be carrying this thing, then that means that you'll carry it on your body, and don't even think of suggesting that you could put it in your handbag. If you carry it on your body, then you need to worry about ways to conceal it. A dress or skirt might be a good solution. Or not, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Why shouldn't I carry it in a handbag? Hermione asked. 'Cause a handbag isn't secure, Smythe explained. And it's easy to grab. Someone takes your handbag, they take your pistol. I guess that makes sense, Hermione agreed. How do I carry extra bullets? There are a few ways of doing it, Smythe replied. Unfortunately, there aren't any speed loaders for this little gem. One possibility is to just carry them loose in one of your pockets, and another is to make a cartridge belt or wallet. I'm sure a clever girl like you will think of something. What about Harry's pistol? Hermione asked. It's different from this one, so what does he do? Right now he carries them loose in one pocket, Smythe replied. I hope to scrounge up a couple of speed loaders for him though. Okay, Hermione said. How do I take care of this thing? Few potion recipes in my book for that, Smythe replied. One of them is the best bore cleaner I've ever managed to discover. The first thing you do is take it apart. That's not so difficult. Hermione watched in fascination as her great-grandfather's skillful hands disassembled the small pistol. Why didn't you take it apart all the way? It's not necessary if you're just cleaning it, Smythe explained. And that's all we're learning to do here. Hermione watched as the old man reassembled the pistol and handed it over to her. I'm sure it's not necessary to say this, but don't play with it. Read my book and take care of it the way I taught you, and be ready for a lot of practice. All right, Hermione agreed. Take this too. Smythe handed over the cartridges he'd previously unloaded along with an extra box. If you've got, it's no sense keeping it unloaded. Without cartridges, it's just a lump of useless metal. I understand. Good. Now let's go see if the Major's finished his meeting, Smythe suggested. Good idea, Hermione agreed quickly. The two of them went back to Harry's office and Hermione walked through the open door. What did Moody want? Wanted to talk about getting me trained, Harry replied. He's going to have Tonks come in to give me lessons. Oh, Hermione said. Mind if I join in? Feel free, Harry replied. Since you mentioned training, Smythe spoke up. I was hoping to get you some training with the lads. What kind of training? Harry asked quickly. How to use that revolver of yours, how to use your new sword, that sort of thing, Smythe said quickly. Oh, Harry said. When do you want to start? Hoping to start soon, Smythe replied. McLean'll be your first instructor. He'll show you how to use that knife of his and how to use your hands and feet. Knowing him, he'll teach you a whole lot more than that, but I don't know what his plans are. Okay, Harry agreed. What's the hold up? We didn't want to start until we could have a healer on standby, Smythe replied. Safety first. Any reason we can't do a little shooting in the meantime? Harry asked, and before I forget, I need another pistol for concealed carry. The Webley's nice, but it's a bit hard to hide under my jacket. We could probably get you a Rick like Hermione's got, Smythe said, not sure about being able to shoot right now. Why not? We'll need a range, sir. You could probably magic one up, Smythe replied. Won't be able to do anything till we have a safe place to shoot, and there aren't any of those in London. You have any idea how to do that, Hermione? Harry asked his friend. A few, Hermione admitted. Then feel free to do so, Harry replied. I'll take care of the ministry if they decide to send you a warning. Okay, Hermione agreed. Where should I put it? Basement might be the best place, sir, Smythe spoke up. We've got a bit of space there. Let's go take a look then, Harry suggested. Right you are, sir, Smythe agreed. The three of them got up and walked down several flights of stairs to the basement. This looks like it might work, Hermione allowed. What do you need me to do? You wouldn't happen to have my book on you? Smythe asked with a smile. If you do, there's a section on how to build an indoor range. 1 second, Hermione said. The bushy-haired girl pulled out the book and flipped through it till she found the right section. I'm going to be very tired by the time I finish this. Want me to arrange a ride for you? Smythe asked. I'd rather stay in London, Hermione replied. I'll get you a room at the Cauldron, Harry said. That way you can stay in London and you'll be close to Diagon Alley. Where are you staying? Hermione asked. At the Cauldron, Harry replied. That'll be fine then, Hermione agreed. Stand back. The two men watched as Hermione cast several charms. The room seemed to blur as it expanded to accommodate the space needed to have a proper indoor range. When she finished, Hermione was swaying and looked ready to collapse. Harry stepped up to catch her as she finally lost her balance and fell. You okay, Hermione? Harry asked in concern. Yeah, Hermione said. Exhaustion colored her voice. I don't think I'll be able to do any practice today though. That's fine, Harry assured his friend. Why don't we get you back to the Cauldron so you can get some rest? Okay, Hermione agreed weakly. I'll have a couple men go along with you, Smythe said, just in case. Fine, Harry replied. I'll see you tomorrow. No need to come early, Smythe said quickly. Might be best to wait till late afternoon, nothing important planned for tomorrow. All right, Harry agreed. Let's go, Hermione. Harry helped his friend up the stairs where they were joined by a small detachment of troops. They were halfway to the leaky cauldron before Hermione felt strong enough to shake off Harry's arm and walk on her own. Don't want them to think I'm helpless, Hermione managed to gasp, and it probably wouldn't be a good idea to let them see you carry me in. Who knows what the reporters would do with that? Bloody parasites, Harry agreed. They made their way the rest of the way to the leaky cauldron and walked in. A hush fell over the room at the sight of Harry's uniform and several patrons eyed his soldiers nervously. What can I do for you, Harry? Tom ignored his other patrons and called out to Harry. I'm going to need another room, Harry replied. One next to mine if possible. I can do that, Tom agreed. I'd be happy to connect them and make them into a suite if like. Yes please, Harry said quickly. Be sure my men get anything they want and send the bill to me. I will, Tom said. Anything else? Could you send up some food? Harry asked. I haven't eaten for a while and I'm getting hungry. It'll be up in a few minutes, Tom replied. You're a prince among men, Hermione spoke up. Thank you, Tom. Happy to help, Tom said with a blush. Harry and Hermione made their way up the stairs into Harry's suite of rooms. Harry spent a few minutes marveling at how different things looked thanks to the magic. In addition to the 2 bedrooms, there was now a sitting room at the entrance. This wasn't here before? Hermione asked, noticing Harry's look of surprise. No, it wasn't, Harry replied. All these years and I'm still surprised at what can be done with magic. I think everyone feels the same, Hermione said quickly, unless they've grown up with it. Even then they don't know much, Harry said with a grin. I'm always surprised at how ignorant purebloods can be about magic. It's understandable that they don't know much about the non-magical world, but it might be because we run into more unusual forms of magic than most people, Hermione said charitably. You can't expect average people to know about all the odd little things that seem to crop up in our lives. I suppose, Harry said slowly. But Harry cut off at the sound of a knock on the door. Who is it? Me, Tom. The reply was muffled. Have your food. Just a moment. Harry walked over to the door and opened it. Come right in, Tom. Thank you, Harry, Tom said fondly. Tom placed the tray of food on the table and stood up. Anything else I can do for you? I don't think we need anything else, Hermione replied. Thank you, Tom. Yes, thanks, Tom. Harry echoed. Happy to help you too, Tom said with a blush. Just call down if you need anything. We will, Harry assured the innkeeper. Have a good night then, Tom finished. The old man walked out the room and carefully closed the door. Eat up, Harry said. You used up a lot of energy and you need to replace it. Any plans for tomorrow? Hermione asked, ignoring Harry's overprotectiveness. I thought it might be a good idea to go to the bookstore, Harry replied. Pick up a few more books that might be useful to help run the company. Sounds good, Hermione agreed. And we can get in a little practice shooting. I really want to learn. It's not easy, Harry spoke suddenly. I got as close as I could before I fired my first shot. How many have you fired? Hermione asked. 5, Harry replied. I think it's a bit fuzzy when I think about it. Everything went so fast. So you haven't done any practice? Hermione wanted to be sure on that point. Not with live rounds, Harry agreed. Didn't have anywhere to do it and I didn't have the ammunition to spare. Harry, what did you feel when? Hermione broke off abruptly. I'm sorry, I recoil. Harry interrupted his friend. You wanted to know what I felt when I shot those Death Eaters, right? Yes, Hermione said slowly. They were there to kill innocent people, Harry explained. And I doubt that they'd have been as quick about it as I was. To my mind, that doesn't entitle them to any pity. I'm not sure I could be so cold about it, Hermione admitted with a wince. I'm sorry, Harry, that came out wrong. Don't worry about it, Harry said mildly. I know what you meant and you wouldn't be you if you saw things the same way. Thank you for being so understanding, Hermione said with a warm smile. May I see your pistol? I'll show you mine if you show me yours, Harry said with a smirk. Why do you want to see it? I'm just curious about the differences, Hermione replied. I'd never even held a gun until today. All right, Harry said as he pulled out his Webley. Hermione watched as Harry broke the pistol open and removed each of the fat cartridges. Here you are. It's heavy, Hermione said, surprised at its weight. Yes, it is, Harry agreed. Suppose I can hit people with it if I run out of ammunition. Hermione spent several minutes examining the large pistol before handing it back to Harry. Thank you. Happy to help, Harry replied. Harry broke open his pistol and carefully reloaded it. Do you want to see mine now? Hermione asked. Why don't we wait until tomorrow? Harry suggested. I'm a bit drowsy and I know that you must be exhausted. Okay, Hermione agreed. Good night, Harry. See you tomorrow. The two of them walked to their rooms and went to sleep. The general walked down the sterile hospital hallway to meet with one of the finest men he'd ever served with. Good morning, sir, the man on the bed called out as the general entered the room. Good morning, Sergeant Mundy, the general replied with a smile. Have a seat, sir, Sergeant Mundy gestured towards the room's one chair. How are you doing, Danny? The general fought hard to keep the pity out of his voice as he looked down at the crippled soldier. I'll survive, sir, the Sergeant Mundy replied. I'm sure I'll find something to take up my time when I get out of here. If you could see your way to doing me another favor, the general began. I might have a job for you. What job, sir? Danny perked up. Would I be able to stay in the army? Officially, it's just a ceremonial unit, the general replied. And officially I can't tell you any more unless you volunteer. I volunteer, sir, Danny replied. Anything's better than being discharged. Tell me what I have to do, sir, and I'll do it. What I'm about to tell you may sound strange, the general began slowly, but I swear to God that it's the truth. You've never lied to me, sir, Mundy replied. Keep in mind that I can prove all of this later, the general began. I've got a unit working for me made up of retirees, men who've done their duty and come back to the army to do more for their country. Yes, sir, Mundy prompted. These men are old, the youngest are in their 70s. The general continued. Have you heard of the terrorist attacks that have been happening? Or the strange diseases that wipe out entire families in a night? They have something to do with all that? Mundy asked. They're working to stop the men behind it all, the general agreed. Why don't we just use the boys in the regiment? Mundy asked with a frown, or even the bloody police. Because these men. Magic is real, the general said quickly. There is an entire society of magic users living in England and the terrorists are members of this group. If you say so, sir, Mundy said with a straight face. Keep in mind that I did say that I could prove it, the general reminded. I'd like to see that, sir, Mundy said slowly. Just keep an open mind, the general replied. The men in this unit are normal people that were born into a magical family. As an aside, they also have magical children born to non-magic families. About the terrorists, sir? Mundy asked to get things back on track. Group of upper-class families that don't think non-magical people should be allowed to live, the general replied. Only thing that makes them dangerous is that they've got magic and that the magical government is a group of corrupt cowards. I understand, sir, Mundy said. The unit is fairly small at the moment, not much more than a company of men, but I have high hopes for them. The general said quickly. They've got more experience than anyone else in my command and their officer seems to be fairly bright. Only one officer? Mundy asked incredulously. For a bloody company? Right now it's just the cadre, the general explained. One officer and a lot of good NCOs. They're a regiment on paper, but they haven't had a chance to fill out their ranks. I see, sir, Mundy said with a nod. I should probably warn you about the officer before you meet him, the general said with a smile. He's young. I've had young officers before, sir, Mundy replied with a grin. Not this young, the general disagreed. If things were normal, then he wouldn't even be old enough to join. Then why did you give him a commission? Mundy asked slowly. And who's going to get command? He's got a commission because he's the one that brought everything together, the general explained. He recruited the old men, forced the magical government to fund him, and then took the finished product to me. Could be a good lieutenant, Mundy allowed. If you pick the right sergeant to watch him and the right commander to mentor him. He's a major, the general said with a grin. And he has command of the regiment. Don't let his youth fool you, the boy's a good officer. Will he do the job? Mundy asked slowly. Combat's not a good place to have a green commander. He killed several of them the day before he came in to meet me, the general said with a feral grin. And his men have told me that he's been in a dozen more battles before he hooked up with them. Any other leadership experience? Mundy asked slowly. He commanded a group of children in a battle with several of the terrorists and the only injuries they suffered were taken care of after a short stay in the hospital, the general said with a nod. And there are a few other incidents that I haven't been able to get the details to. Kid doesn't like to talk about what he's done and his men haven't heard most of it. What am I going to be doing for them, sir? Mundy asked suddenly. Can't be much use for a cripple like me. They said that they might be able to get you a pair of magical legs, the general replied hopefully. They weren't sure, but they thought it might be possible to bring you back to 100%. Harry woke up late that morning and spent a few minutes staring at the ceiling. Get up, Harry, Hermione's voice brought him to full wakefulness. I know you're awake, I can hear you moving. Just a second, Harry groaned. Let me get dressed. Hurry up, Hermione's voice demanded. We need to get to the bookstore. Never should have mentioned that, Harry muttered to himself. After quickly slipping on his uniform, Harry walked out of his room and gave his impatient friend a look of annoyance. Come on, Harry. Hermione ignored Harry's look and grabbed him by the hand. No time for breakfast if we want to have enough time to get everything done. We have 3 hours, Harry said with a forced smile. And I'm sure you'll want to do other things too, Hermione replied. Let's go. Fine, Harry said with a sigh. The two friends walked downstairs and through the back door to the entrance to Diagon Alley. Where to first? Harry asked with a grin. Where do you think? Hermione asked flatly. Bookstore it is, Harry agreed. Harry and Hermione walked up the alley to Flourish and Blots. Hermione walked straight to the front counter after she entered the bookstore. Do you have any books on armor? Hermione asked quickly. Third shelf from the back in the blue section, the clerk said with a grin. What about books on swords? Harry inquired. Should be in the same section, the clerk replied. Thank you, Hermione said quickly. Why were you interested in books on armor? Harry asked as they walked to the appropriate section. I like seeing you and my grandfather uninjured, Hermione replied primly, and I'm going to do everything I can to keep you uninjured. Oh, Harry said simply. Thank you. You're welcome, Harry, Hermione said fondly. Tell me if you see anything I might be interested in. I will, Harry promised. Here we are, Hermione said with a predatory grin. Ooh, this one looks good, and this one, I've got to have this one, and this one, and this one, can't leave this one behind. Harry tuned out Hermione's muttering as he browsed. In the end, Hermione staggered to the counter under the weight of a stack of books that looked larger than she was, and Harry followed with a short stack of his own. The clerk began. How do you wish to pay for this? Charge it to this account, Harry replied. It's for the unit, Harry explained upon noticing Hermione's quizzical look. Okay, Hermione agreed. Let's go. Harry glanced up at the rooftops as they exited the bookstore. What are you looking at? Hermione asked. Trying to spot the sharpshooters, Harry replied. Looks like they picked good spots, I didn't see any of them. Are you sure they're there? Hermione asked, reflexively looking up. They're there, Harry confirmed. Want to go get some ice cream? Sure, Hermione agreed. Good morning, Fortescue greeted the couple with a smile. What can I get for you? Chocolate for me, Harry replied. Hermione? Vanilla, Hermione answered. Coming right up, Fortescue replied with a smile. So what did you get? Harry asked with a smile. I know you got more than just a couple books on armor. I got everything they had on magical armor, Hermione agreed, and several books on pureblood customs. Pureblood customs? Harry echoed. Our friend in gray had a few questions, Hermione explained. And I thought it might be useful to know after I thought about it. Know thy enemy, Harry agreed. What else did you get? Some history and charms books, Hermione replied. And a few transfiguration books and maybe a book or two on enchantments, Hermione continued. What else? Harry asked with a grin. I know you and I saw how large that stack was. I also grabbed everything they had on spell creation, Hermione admitted. It's supposed to be my family's specialty, so I figured that I should learn it. Good thinking, Harry agreed. He broke off at the approach of the proprietor. Here's your ice cream, Fortescue said with a grin. And while you're here, I thought I'd thank you for dealing with those Death Eaters before they had a chance to hurt anyone. Happy to help, Harry replied quickly. Mind if I ask a question or two? Fortescue asked with a grin. Ask away, Harry said. What's with the uniforms? Fortescue said. And what enchantments did you use on those strange staffs your men used? I've joined the army and this is the uniform, Harry explained, and as for any spells. I understand, Fortescue said with a knowing grin. Can't let the secret get out now, can you? Well, keep up the good work. I will, Harry agreed. That was odd, Hermione said after the man had left. I don't think I've ever heard anyone thank you before. It doesn't happen often, Harry agreed, but it does happen. It was still nice to see, Hermione said firmly. Yes, it was, Harry agreed. Was there anything else you wanted to do in the alley? I'd like to pick up some potions ingredients, Hermione replied. I can't think of anything else. Potions ingredients? I wanted to try some of the potions in my grandfather's book, Hermione explained. Oh, Harry said in understanding. How about we grab the ingredients and then get something to eat before heading over to the regimental building? Sounds good, Hermione agreed. The two friends went to the apothecary and Harry watched as Hermione flitted around the room gathering strange ingredients. Got everything? Harry asked as Hermione dumped her selections on the counter. Yes, I think so, Hermione confirmed. Hermione paid for the items and they walked out of the shop and towards the leaky cauldron. That didn't take long, Harry commented. I knew what I wanted to buy and I knew where it was, Hermione replied. Of course it didn't take long. Takes me forever unless I'm buying the student kits, Harry replied. But potions has never been my best subject. You're competent at potions, Hermione disagreed. Better than most of the Slytherins in the class anyway. Thanks, Harry said with a grin. Harry and Hermione walked through the arch and into the cauldron. Coming in for lunch? Tom asked quickly. Yes, Harry agreed. Could we get that corner booth? It's all your Harry, Tom said. Any idea what you want? I'll take whatever you think is good today, Harry replied. I'll have the same, Hermione said with a smile. Thank you, Tom. Happy to be of service, Tom said with a blush. So, Harry asked as they took their seats. I couldn't help but wonder if you plan to go back to your parents' house or stay here. I don't know, Hermione said slowly. Why? Is it a problem if I stay with you? No, Harry said quickly. But it does let me plan for the future if I know your plans, just asking. Oh, Hermione said abruptly. Well, I guess I'm going to stay with you for a while, Hermione finally replied. It lets me stay close to the bank and the bookstore so I can do my job easier. Makes sense, Harry agreed. Here's your food, Tom said as he walked up with a large tray. I had a fresh pot of Irish stew, it's good and I could get it to you fast. Hope you like it. I love Irish stew, Hermione said in delight. Thank you, Tom, Irish stew will be just fine. I've never had it, Harry said. But how could I turn it down after you recommended it and that ringing endorsement? Just call me if you need anything, Tom said. The old man placed 2 bowls of soup and a basket of bread on the table. Enjoy. We will, Hermione promised. Hermione grabbed her spoon and attacked the soup, eating it as quickly as she could. You really do like this, huh? Harry said in amusement as he picked up his own spoon. Good to know. Just try it, Hermione said between spoonfuls, and you'll be eating this as fast as I do. It's good, Harry agreed. It's a shame I haven't had it before. Why not? Hermione asked. My family's a bunch of idiots, Harry replied. I'm sure just calling it Irish anything would be enough to put them off it. Oh, Hermione said with a wince. She was always amazed at how low Harry's family could sink in her estimation. Harry grinned as he watched Hermione rip off a piece of the bread to mop up any bits of soup that she couldn't get it with her spoon. Ron would love to see this, Harry said conversationally. He eats like a pig because he's too lazy to show some proper manners, Hermione said primly. It is perfectly acceptable to finish your soup with a slice of bread in these circumstances. If you say so, Harry said with a grin. Finished? Yes, Hermione agreed. Let's go. Harry and Hermione made their way back to the regimental building and Harry knocked on the door. Come right in, sir. The old man at the door gave a quick salute. Sergeant Major Smythe is down in the firing range. Thank you, Harry said, returning the salute. Would you like to go meet your grandfather? Yes, Hermione said. Maybe I'll finally get to do some shooting. With any luck, Harry agreed. Let's go. They carefully made their way down the stairs and were amazed at the changes the room had gone through. There was a wall of sandbags circling the room and there was a large metal object at the end of the room. What's that thing? Hermione asked. That, Smythe glanced at the large metal object, is what's called a snail trap. It catches the bullets and spins them around until they lose their velocity. Why do you need it? Hermione asked with a frown. I thought I magicked everything up last night. You expanded the room and warded the walls so that they'd stop small arms fire, Smythe agreed. The sandbags and the snail trap keep things safe. Oh, Hermione said with a smile. Safety first. Glad to see that you've been paying attention, Smythe said with a dry smile. First thing you have to learn is that firearms are loud and you should always protect your ears with something. Smythe tossed both of them a strange-looking pair of earmuffs. Wear these when you're practicing. Okay. Hermione agreed. What else do I need to know? Smythe spent the next hour going over firearms safety and the fundamentals of marksmanship. Got all that, hun? Smythe asked with a proud smile. I think so, Hermione agreed. Then put on your muffs and take a place at the firing line, Smythe instructed. Major, if you'd do an old man a favor? What can I do for you? Harry asked. Stand behind Hermione and help her hold her arms right, Smythe replied with a straight face. I know you've got that part down, but I haven't seen her stance yet. All right, Harry agreed. Hermione blushed as she felt her best friend's breath on the back of her neck. Just relax, Harry instructed, and remember what you've been taught. Hermione thumbed back the hammer and got a good sight picture, then slowly let her breath out and squeezed the trigger. How'd I do? She asked nervously. Low and to the right, Harry replied, but not bad, try it again. Harry and Hermione managed to put about 200 rounds down range before they were disturbed. Sorry to bother you, Major, Sergeant Major, Ms. Granger, Jones said with a grin. But Ms. Blake's here with a group of people and she's requested a meeting with you. Tell her I'll be right up, Harry replied. Yes, sir, Jones replied quickly. Let's get these pistols cleaned up and be on our way, Harry suggested. Let me have someone take care of that for you, sir, Smythe suggested. You don't want to keep Ms. Blake waiting. No, I don't, Harry said. But I don't want to be without my pistol either. Take this, Smythe said. The old man handed over a Royal Irish constabulary identical to the one he'd given Hermione the day before. Had one of the boys go over it last night. It's from the first batch of equipment the army's released to us. Thanks, Harry replied quickly. Just slip the holster inside your trousers and let your jacket fall over it, Smythe suggested. Doubt anyone will notice it. How do I keep it from falling down my leg? Harry asked with a grin. Had it magicked up to stick, Smythe replied. Got one for you too, hun. Thank you, Hermione said as she accepted her new holster. Now let's get to that meeting then, Smythe suggested with a smile. Must be important for Ms. Blake to come here without calling ahead first. Sounds good, Harry agreed. The trio walked up the stairs and were directed to one of the meeting rooms. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me so soon, Major Potter, Daphne said with a fond smile. I have some people that I'd like you to meet. Can I offer any of you something to drink? Harry asked with a glance around the room. Then what is this all about? These are some of the people that have left the magical world after graduation, Daphne said. I thought you might be interested in meeting them because 3 of them were fully trained Aurors during the rise of the last 2 Dark Lords and the remaining 5 were healers. And I later went on to medical school, a distinguished-looking woman with silver hair added. So the wizarding world has a use for its cast-offs again. I have very little to do with the wizarding world, Harry said quickly. Then why did you contact us? The old woman asked. In the short time since the meeting had started she had become the spokesman for the group. Several reasons, Harry replied. The first was to warn you that Voldemort, that's the latest Dark Lord, is back and I thought you should be aware of the danger. Thank you, the woman said. And forgive my manners, my name is Dr. Margaret Harper. Major Harry Potter, Harry replied with a smile. The other reasons I contacted you was to ask for your help. I could use healers and Aurors. If all else fails I was hoping to give everyone of the cast-offs some extra defense training. I think we can all agree to that much, Margaret said with a smile. What else do you have planned? I'd like to make a new magical world, Harry replied. One that the purebloods don't control and I don't care if we have to smash what's already in existence and rebuild it as something new or if we have to build something separate, we will have something better. A laudable goal, Margaret said after a moment of thought. What have you done to accomplish it? I've contacted you, Harry replied. Unfortunately my first priority is Voldemort, everything else will have to wait for my full focus. I see, Margaret said with a nod. I am willing to help you accomplish both of your goals if you will have me. The others quickly sounded their agreement. Forgive me for asking, Harry said after a moment of thought. But why did you leave the wizarding world? I mean, you're all professionals. The Aurors were downsized after the defeat of their Dark Lord, Margaret replied with a sneer. And many of the healers were politely asked to leave to make room for someone's family member. I see, Harry said. I wish I could say I was surprised to hear that. May I make a suggestion? one of the ex-Aurors asked. Please do, Harry said quickly. We've all been Hogsmeade, the ex-Auror began. Why don't we make our own town? It could work as part of our overall strategy, Hermione said after a moment of thought. It'd be nice to have a central location to keep all the important things. Do you think we can get the government to approve this? One of the healers asked suddenly. I'm sure I can sell the idea, Daphne agreed. Put the word out that I want to talk to Muggle-born students. One thing that nobody's mentioned, Smythe startled the room by speaking up, is that there are probably more Muggle-borns than there are purebloods. At a guess, if everyone were to come back to the wizarding world, then we'd be the majority, Hermione said in shock. We'd be able to change the government to something less corrupt. That assumes quite a few things, Smythe cautioned, but it's something to think about. Harry and Hermione were in Harry's office poring over their new books. A knock sounded and Harry looked up. Yes? Someone here to meet with you, sir. Jones stuck his head through the door and replied. Name? Harry asked mildly. Boy named Neville, Jones replied. McLean told me I should come up here and tell you right away. Send him up, Harry replied. Thank you. Yes, sir, Jones said quickly. What do you think Neville wants? Hermione asked with a frown. I don't know, Harry said with a shrug. But I suspect that we'll find out if we wait. Stop being clever with me, Hermione said with a mock scowl, and don't even think of doing that to poor Neville. Harry cut off at another knock on the door. Yes. It's me, Harry, Neville said as he opened the door. Have a seat, Neville, Harry said with a motion towards his chair. I'd rather stand if you don't mind, Neville said nervously. All right, Harry agreed. What can I do for you, Neville? I've never been much a wizard, Neville began. As he spoke the boy's back stiffened. Never been good at anything except herbology. Gran told me about how they used to send squibs to the army. She said I had a cousin that was sent to the ranks in the old days. I'd like to buy a commission. Neville rushed out. Or if you won't have me as an officer, then I'd like to enlist as a private soldier. Are you sure, Neville? Harry asked slowly. At least until we deal with Voldemort, Neville agreed. They'll never take me as an Auror. You're my best chance to avenge my parents. Neville, Hermione said sadly. It's my duty, Neville said stubbornly. Jones, Harry called out. Yes, sir, Jones replied quickly. Get McLean and Smythe up here, Harry commanded, and any other senior non-commissioned officers you can find. Yes, sir, Jones agreed. Harry, Neville began. Just wait, Harry ordered. The three friends waited in silence until the men were assembled and brought up. You called for us, sir? Smythe asked. Yes, I did, Sergeant Major, Harry agreed. This is Mr. Longbottom. He has asked to join the regiment as either an officer or an enlisted man. Yes, sir, Smythe prompted. He was with me at the ministry along with that lovely granddaughter of yours, and his performance against the enemy was beyond reproach. Harry continued. He tells me that he wishes to join the regiment because he wishes the chance to kill a couple of Death Eaters. My question is, are you willing to place yourselves under his command? McLean, Smythe ordered. Without reservation, Sergeant Major, McLean replied. Jones, Smythe continued. Yes, Sergeant Major, Jones agreed. And everyone else can go hang, Smythe finished. Then let me be the first to welcome you to the 95th Rifles, Lieutenant. Harry got up from behind his desk and offered Neville his hand. One of the men will give you a list of equipment that you will need to purchase. The regiment will provide you with a pistol. The uniform and sword are yours to buy along with anything else you may wish. Thank you, Harry, Neville said quickly. You won't regret giving me this opportunity. I promise that I won't let you down. I wouldn't have let you near my men if I thought you would, Harry said gently. The men'll help you sort things out. Listen to your sergeants, they know more than either of us ever will, and keep your ears open. Thank you, Neville said quickly. Dismissed. Harry allowed a smile to crack his face as the group left his office. Are you sure that was wise? Hermione asked quietly after the door had closed. I'd trust Neville with my life, Harry said simply. I would too, Hermione said quickly. I meant letting him join to get revenge. Better with us than on his own, Harry said tightly. With luck, he'll be able to keep his hatred from clouding his judgment. And if he doesn't? Hermione asked sadly. In any case, I'll put him with a good sergeant, Harry continued. It won't be a problem. I hope you're right, Harry, Hermione replied. So do I, Harry agreed. But there's only one way to find out. Neville will do his job or he'll die. Your grandfather mentioned something to me. He said that combat is the best example of Darwinism in action. The smart and successful live, the dumb and the cowards die. That fails to take a lot of things into account, Hermione retorted. Yes, it does, Harry agreed. It's overly simplistic, but it remains a valid statement. So you're sending Neville out to succeed or die? Hermione asked. Something like that, Harry said. I'm sending every new man I get into a meat grinder. The ones that learn and have luck will continue on and the ones that don't will die, Hermione finished. Or get transferred to a non-combat unit or get thrown out of the regiment, Harry added. Most of the men think death is a better choice. That's terrible, Hermione whispered. War is the most terrible thing there is, Harry spoke calmly. A wise general once said something to the effect that it was a good thing that war was so terrible or else we would grow too fond of it. Hermione's reply was cut off by a knock at the door. Enter, Harry commanded. It's me, sir, Smythe said. Do you recall me saying that I wanted you to take a few lessons with McLean? Yes, I do, Harry replied. Why? Because now that we have a couple doctors standing by, I thought it best that we begin, Smythe finished. What doctors? Harry asked calmly. Couple from that group you met with yesterday agreed to be on call for any emergencies, Smythe explained. Excellent, Harry said as he rose from his seat. Do you think that I should change? Your uniform will be fine, sir, Smythe said. But you may wish to take off your jacket and belt before you begin. I'll do that, Harry agreed. Coming, Hermione? Sure, Hermione agreed. Do you have your revolver with you, Hermione? Smythe asked as the trio walked down to the training area. No, Hermione replied. It's locked up in Harry's desk. Why? Just asking, the old man replied with a smile. And I'd like you to get into the habit of keeping it with you at all times. Why? Hermione asked. We're safe here, aren't we? As safe as we can be, Smythe agreed. But it's best to keep to your routine. Get in the habit of carrying it so that you feel odd when you don't have it with you. I will, Hermione promised. The group walked into the training room to find McLean waiting for them. Hello, sir, McLean said with a grin. Ready to begin? As ready as I can be, Harry agreed. What are you going to teach me? How to fight, McLean said simply. Using your fists and knives. Throw in the barroom stuff too, Smythe commanded. Teach him the right way to break a bottle and whatnot. All right, McLean agreed. I'll teach you the nasty stuff too then. Mind you, Smythe added with a smirk. Nasty has a whole different meaning when it's McLean talking. I can't help it if everyone else is squeamish, Sergeant Major, McLean said with a fake whine. Are we going to talk? Harry asked with a grin. Or are we going to teach the young major some dirty tricks? The second one, sir, McLean replied with a grin. If the Sergeant Major and his lovely granddaughter would be good enough to get out of our way. Smythe led Hermione to one side of the room and placed a protective hand on her shoulder. Thank you, McLean continued. Why don't we start with a few basics? Sure, Harry agreed. Sir, the first is that there are no rules in a fight. McLean began. Honor is just another word for stupid, and the only unfair advantage is the one the other guy has. So what you're saying is that if I fight fair, then I'm doing a great disservice to myself and my men, Harry offered. Exactly, sir, McLean agreed. Would you like to begin, sir? Let's, Harry agreed. Sir, this is going to be very painful, McLean said slowly. Are you sure you want to do this? I need to learn this, Harry replied simply. And we do have healers on hand. Do your worst. The only way I know how to teach it, sir, McLean said apologetically. Don't even think of going easy on me, Harry said as the two men circled each other. I can take a punch. Yes, sir, McLean agreed. Hermione watched in horror as her friend fought the old man. At the start of the fight, she'd had no doubt that Harry would win. Now she was afraid that her best friend wouldn't survive. You've got to stop this, Hermione screamed as struggled in her great-grandfather's grip. He's killing him. No, he's not, Hermione, Smythe replied. The old man winced as he watched his young commander's nose get broken. He's giving him the tools he needs to survive. Oof. Hermione drove her elbow into the old man's stomach and followed it by stomping on the bridge of his foot. Her wand was halfway out before the old man managed to slap it out of her hand. "Don't forget who taught you how to do that," Smythe said with a proud smile. "I taught you all you know about fighting, not all I know." Hermione's response was a low and dangerous growl. She used every dirty trick in the book. She bit, she scratched, and she screamed loud enough to wake the dead, but none of it was enough to make the old man let go. "Finished yet?" Smythe took it all calmly. "I'm not going to let you keep doing this," Hermione yelled. They both winced at the sound of Harry's arm breaking and tears began flowing down Hermione's cheeks. "It's inhuman." "It's the quickest way to teach him how to handle himself." Smythe tightened his grip. "McLean learned to survive in the roughest school I ever heard of. He's showing the young major the lessons he learned." "I thought he was a squib in the army?" Hermione asked. She was biding her time until the old man made another mistake. "He is and was and is again, but McLean has always been an odd one." Smythe shook his head. "He came into the army rather late by our standards. He was stationed in Shanghai before the war and learned quite a bit from a chap named Fairburn." Smythe took a deep breath. "After that he was sent to Malaysia and he earned his place as Major Potter's trainer by virtue of the fact that when it came time to surrender, he went into the jungle and spent the next few years eating snakes and knifing enemy soldiers to death." Or was it knifing snakes to death and eating enemy soldiers? I never can recall. Smythe released his granddaughter at the end of the fight and she rushed across the room to Harry's side. "Are you okay, Harry?" she asked. "Fine," Harry groaned. "Good work, McLean. It's been a while since I've been beaten this bad." "I aim to please, sir," McLean replied. "You weren't kidding when you said you could take a punch." "Product of an unfortunate childhood," Harry replied with a false grin. "Both of you shut up," Hermione commanded, "and get that healer in here now." "It's not that bad, Hermione." Harry tried to comfort his friend. "I've had worse. Remember when I lost all the bones in my arm?" "Be quiet," Hermione sobbed. Harry awkwardly wrapped his good arm around his friend's shoulder. "I'll just be getting that healer now," Smythe said on his way out of the room. "I'll go with you, Sergeant Major," McLean said quickly. "I hate seeing her cry," Smythe said after they were out of earshot. "But it'll be worth it to give the Major a bit of experience." "Not to mention the excuse you gave the young Major to put his arm around her," McLean said slyly. "Never knew you were so ruthless, Sergeant Major." "Hello, Doctor." Smythe ignored McLean's assertion and called out to the healer. "Gentlemen," Dr. Harper greeted the two men. "What can I do for you?" "The commander needs you," McLean replied. "What did you do?" Dr. Harper asked with a glare. "Broke his arm and a couple ribs," McLean replied. "4, I think." "And his nose," Smythe added. "What?" the woman said in shock. "Why didn't you get me sooner? Where is he? He must be in terrible pain." "Not the Major," McLean said proudly. "He didn't even flinch when I broke his arm and he cracked jokes about it after the fight, tough as nails he is." "I asked you where he is," the old woman said with a glare, "not how tough he is." "Training room," Smythe said. "Try not to make a big production of it, the Major doesn't like being the center of attention." "Get out of my way, both of you," the old woman commanded, pushing past the two old men. "Well," Smythe began as they trailed behind their healer, "do you think we put on enough of a show for the lads?" "Major Potter got his arm broken and laughed it off," McLean said with a grin. "I think the lads will find that downright inspirational. Don't know if we could do it with the new lieutenant, he's got some steel but not like the Major." "He doesn't need to be at this stage in his career," Smythe replied with a shrug. "He's got a few years yet." "No offense, Sergeant Major," McLean whispered as they re-entered the room, "but I don't think I'm going to want to be around your lovely granddaughter for quite some time." "I understand," Smythe replied. His lovely granddaughter was spending her time alternately cooing over the commander's injuries and shooting murderous glares at the cause of those injuries. "I understand." "Think the Major'll hold this against me?" McLean whispered. "Certainly score points with your lovely granddaughter if he did." "I doubt it," Smythe replied with a grin. "But he might decide to break your arm to even things up." "Wouldn't that be just the thing he'd do?" McLean said with a delighted grin. "Fancy another go, sir?" "Give me a minute," Harry called back. I still have one rib to pop back into place and I'm game for another round. You will not, the old doctor commanded. You will have at least 1 day of rest before trying any of this foolishness again. Listen to Dr. Harper, Hermione agreed, she knows best. You're in luck, McLean, Harry said with a grin. Looks like you don't have to bruise your knuckles on my face for another day. Thanks, sir, McLean said with a laugh. It's good to see an officer that looks out for his men. Help me up, Harry asked his friend with a smile. Doctor? Hermione asked the older woman. If he wants to be a fool, then it's not my place to stop him, Harper replied. Help him up. Thanks. Harry rose to his feet with a wince. I noticed several old injuries while I was treating you, the old woman asked. Anything that'll cause me trouble? Harry replied. Nothing I can't fix, Dr. Harper said slowly. Thanks, Harry said cheerfully. I'd appreciate that, just tell me what you need. Major Potter, those injuries happened in the past, Harry interrupted, and I think it would be best if we all agreed to let the past stay in the past. If that is your wish, Dr. Harper agreed. Just assure me that it will not happen again. The situation has been resolved, Harry replied, and I very much doubt that I will ever meet any of the principals involved again. That is all I needed to hear, Dr. Harper said slowly. Thank you, Major Potter. Thank you, Doctor, Harry replied. This has been one of the more pleasant visits to a medical professional that I've ever had the pleasure to have. Thank you, Harper said simply. I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions about replacing lost limbs? Harry changed the subject. A few of my men are missing various parts of their bodies, and I expect that I will be getting a few more that suffer from the same difficulty. Unfortunately, magic has not found a way to regrow lost limbs, the doctor said sadly. The Muggle world has made progress in reattachment, and I have high hopes that magic could aid in the process, but it is not something I've had the chance to try. What about enchanted replacements? Harry asked quickly. I know of a man that has an enchanted peg leg. Prosthetics have gotten much further than simple peg legs, the doctor replied quickly. I believe that there may be some merit in your suggestion. But wouldn't it violate those blasted laws on enchanting Muggle items? Not to sound flippant, Harry began. But thanks to Fudge's low intellectual prowess, I am above the law. It would only be illegal if I decided it was illegal, and then I would have to arrest myself. Really? The doctor asked with a sly smile. If that is the case, then I may have a few other ideas that I'd like to run past you. Go ahead, Harry agreed. I'm willing to consider anything that could help my men. The taxi he'd hired let Sergeant Mundy out in front of the regimental building, and it took the young NCO a few minutes to get the hang of using crutches with his new legs. He was supposed to be in rehabilitation, learning to use the tin legs they'd given him, learning to be a useless member of civilian society. Learning nothing of any importance, he decided. Escaping from the hospital had been child's play for a man that had been trained to escape from hostile countries. The unfamiliar prosthetic legs had just added a bit of difficulty to an otherwise simple operation. Mundy hobbled up to the door and gave it 3 short raps. Yes. An old man in a green uniform answered the door. How may I help you, sir? Sergeant Mundy, late of the regiment to see the commander. Mundy replied. I'm a bit early, but he should be expecting me. Come right in. The old man stepped aside. I'm Corporal Parker, late of the House Guards and current member of the 95th Rifles. Pleasure to be in the company of soldiers again, Mundy said through clenched teeth. It is indeed, Sergeant, Parker agreed. Have a seat while I inform the commander of your arrival. Mundy wondered for a moment if he was making a mistake in joining this group of old men. One thought squashed his doubt, a reminder of the alternative. Nothing was worse than a discharge. Right this way, Parker's whispered comment startled Mundy out of his thoughts. Right, Mundy agreed. It took a minute for him to get to his feet, but he'd be damned if he'd ask for help. Show me the way then. Parker took Mundy down the hall and into an old-fashioned elevator. Hope you don't mind, Parker said, gesturing to a cart. But I've got to bring up the commander's lunch and there's too much to take the stairs. That's fine, Mundy replied, hiding his relief. I wouldn't want to be responsible for making things difficult for you. Don't let the Major's age fool you, Parker said as the elevator rose to its floor. He's a stone-cold bastard, exactly the sort we need in command. Oh, trust me, Parker continued. He'll be one of the best if he lives long enough. And we're left holding the bag until then, Mundy finished. No, Parker said sharply. That won't happen. The sergeant major is too good for that to happen. Listens to his non-coms then? Mundy asked with a smile. Better than most of the men I've had to work for. A fighting officer that listens to his men and has the sense to know when he's wrong, Parker agreed. And one of the toughest bastards I've ever had the pleasure to serve. I heard he'd been in a couple of fights, Mundy prompted. Don't know too much about that, Parker admitted with a frown. I do know that he got into a fight with a dozen of them and left them all cooling on the ground the day he came to meet us. Knew he'd need help and couldn't think of a better source than the army. Really? Mundy asked with a smile. Then he got us uniforms and took us out to the alley, Parker continued. Group of the bastards showed up and the major ordered us to kill them all without batting an eye, just asked for a prisoner if we could get one without endangering ourselves. Mundy didn't want to commit to anything, but it wasn't sounding as bad as he'd feared it would be. We're here, Sergeant, Corporal Parker announced. The major said to send you right in. Right, Mundy replied. Straightening his back, Mundy hobbled to the center of the room and snapped a salute. Sir, Sergeant Mundy reporting. Harry rose from his desk and returned the salute. Have a seat. Thank you, sir, Mundy replied quickly. Didn't expect to see you this soon, but I'm glad to have you. Harry began. Have you had a demonstration of magic yet? I have not, sir, Mundy said stiffly. Then watch the pen on my desk, Harry ordered. Harry waved his wand and transfigured the pen into a mouse and then back into a pen. That was transfiguration, one of the commonly taught branches of magic. Any questions? Not at this time, sir, Mundy said automatically. Feel free to ask if you think of any at a later date, Harry said mildly. I have an open-door policy. Any of my men can come talk to me about anything for any reason at any time. What are to be my duties, sir? Mundy asked nervously. At the moment, Harry began. I'm thinking of having you as one of my trainers. Don't mistake me. My men are some of the best the Empire ever produced. But they're a bit behind the times, Mundy suggested. I understand, sir. Good, Harry continued. Eventually, you'll be in my own private branch of sport and social. The general tells me that there are more men that were forced to leave the regiment due to injury. Thank you, sir, Mundy said quickly. Thank you, sir. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? No, sir. Then welcome to the regiment, Harry said. Report to Dr. Harper to see if she can't get you a pair of new legs. Sir. Mundy rose to his feet and saluted. Dismissed, Harry said as he returned the salute. If there is a girl waiting outside, please tell her to come in. Yes, sir, Mundy replied as he hobbled towards the door. Not a bad assignment, he thought to himself. Much better than his most optimistic guess. Mundy stepped out into the hallway and was immediately confronted by a young girl with brown hair. The commander asked me to send you in, Mundy said politely. Thank you, Hermione replied. You're the new man, aren't you? Yes, ma'am, Mundy agreed. Sergeant Mundy, formerly of the Special Air Service. Welcome to the regiment, Hermione said with a smile. I'm sure you'll like it. I'm sure I will, Mundy replied. Could you tell me where to find Dr. Harper? Third door around the corner, Hermione said quickly. Door with the red cross on it. Thank you, Mundy said with a nod. If you will excuse me, I have to get going. Have a good day, Hermione replied. With that, Hermione opened the door to Harry's office and stepped in. Hello, Harry. Hey, Hermione, Harry said looking up from his desk. Met the new man yet? Saw him in the hall, Hermione agreed. Seemed like a good man. Yes, he did, Harry replied. Would you like to share my second lunch? Second? Hermione questioned. Looks like Parker thinks I need to eat more, Harry explained. That or he's older than he says he is. I'll eat some of it, Hermione agreed. If all else fails, I can always get Lav to teach me a few dieting charms. Harry was interrupted by a knock at the door. Come in. Moody's here to meet with you, Major. One of the men stuck his head in. Send him up, Harry commanded. What do you think he wants? Hermione asked. I don't know, Harry replied. But I'd wager that we'll soon find out. They waited in silence until Moody entered the room. Thanks for meeting with me, Harry. Any time, Harry said with a smile. What can I do for you, Moody? Got some information for you, Harry, Moody replied. Location of one of the Death Eater safe houses. Great, Harry said with a smile, but why give it to me? You've been given the task of breaking the insurgency, haven't you? Yes, I have, Harry agreed. That's why, Moody replied. I was asking why you didn't tell the headmaster, Harry said calmly. You are a member of his little club after all. He wouldn't have done anything with it, Moody explained. At most he'd have had an order member watch it. Albus doesn't seem to understand that information is useless if you don't use it. I understand, Harry said slowly. Don't get me wrong, Moody continued. Sometimes the best use of information is to do nothing with it. You'll sometimes lose your source if you act on your information, and you have to weigh that against the potential use of the information you get. Confused yet? A little, Harry admitted. It's like this, Moody began. Most of the information you're going to get will be from scouting things out yourself or from prisoners that you'll need to act on fast. If Voldemort is as smart as he likes to think he is, then he'll change things around after he hears that one of his men have been taken, so it doesn't matter what you get from them. Information expires quickly. Something that could be golden today won't be worth anything tomorrow. So you have to act on it fast if you're going to act on it. What's the other kinds of information? Harry asked. Well, Moody began. There's the kind of information you get by going through their garbage or their mail, the kind you get by finding patterns, and the kind you get from informants. Using any one of these sources too much could make them useless, as once they figure out that you're using them, then the enemy takes steps to keep you from being able to use them. Moody paused. I'm not sure I explained that clearly enough. It's like this, you have a spy in the Death Eaters and he tells you about a raid. You stop the raid and that makes Voldemort suspect that you have a spy in his Death Eaters. He finds the spy and you lose that source of information. You stopped one raid but you lost your spy, understand? Yes, I do, Harry agreed. What about you, Hermione? Moody's head swiveled. I do too, Hermione replied, but it all seems so cold. It is that, Moody said with an approving nod, but it's the way things work. You like to read, don't you? Yes. Look up the assassination of Admiral Yamamoto, Moody suggested. Another thing you could do is look at how Enigma and magic were used. I have been neglecting my non-magical education, Hermione mused. So what type of information is this? Harry asked. Can I use it without destroying it? You can, Moody agreed. I did a little scouting and I found a few patterns, and you don't need to worry about anything but sitting on it too long. I understand, Harry said with a nod. Do you want in on this? Might be best if I were to be somewhere else, Moody suggested. I'd like to be with you, but if you were, I might lose you as a source of information, Harry said in understanding. You might make me a less effective, Moody corrected. I might lose a few of my sources if they knew I was passing things to you. Then if you'll excuse me. Harry got up and walked to the door. McLean, Harry yelled down the hall. Coming, sir, the soldier called back. Have a good day, Moody, Harry said without looking. I'll just take my leave then, Moody suggested, giving a sealed envelope to a surprised Hermione. Good luck, Harry. Luck is for those that aren't good enough, Harry retorted with a grin. True, Moody snorted as he walked out of the room. You called, sir? McLean asked as he walked past Moody. Close the door, Harry commanded, and have a seat. Yes, sir, McLean replied, closing the door and taking a seat in front of Harry's desk. How good are you at room to room? Harry asked suddenly. I've got a house I need taken. I'm better in the jungle, McLean admitted, but I can do the job. Good, Harry replied shortly. Hermione. Yes? Hermione looked up from Moody's letter. Could you brief Sergeant McLean on our intelligence? Right, Hermione said with false confidence. Moody. It looks like there are between 5 and 12 Death Eaters living in a house in a Muggle neighborhood. None of them are veterans of the last war. Do we know their names? McLean asked calmly. No, Hermione said after a quick glance at the notes. Looks like the idea that they weren't in the last war was based on their age. They're all in their early to mid-20s. Do you have any plans? McLean spoke up again. I'd like to have an idea of what I'll be dealing with. Just a rough sketch, Hermione said, passing a piece of paper to McLean. I don't know how accurate it might be. Better than nothing, McLean muttered. Any hostages? None we know of, Hermione replied. Any other questions? No, thank you, ma'am. McLean said absently. refusing to take his eyes off the paper. "How do you want to handle this, Major?" "I want you to pick a small group of men to act as the main attack," Harry began. "Have the men dress in civilian clothes and get them as close to the house as you can before you open fire." "Yes, sir," McLean agreed. "Anything else?" "Not at the moment," Harry said quickly. "Pick your men and I'll take care of everything else." "Right," McLean agreed. "All I need to worry about is how I'll take the house and who I'll take with me." "Get to it," Harry commanded. "Hermione, I want you to get in contact with the man in gray and see if he can smooth things with the local authorities. The last thing I want is to lose a man to some jumpy policeman. Or for one of the men to kill a policeman." "Okay, Harry," Hermione agreed. "Anything else?" "No," Harry said quickly. "Concentrate on that. I'm going to see if I can get us some magical support. I don't want any of them to escape because we didn't put up some wards." "Sir," McLean stood up. "Dismissed," Harry said absently. "Yes, sir," McLean replied, walking out of the room. McLean was deep in thought as he walked towards the sergeant major. "What's on your mind, McLean?" Smythe asked. "Major's got a job for me," McLean replied. "Group of Death Eaters in a house." "And," Smythe prompted, "I suppose it's too much to ask for Sten guns?" McLean said hopefully. "I'd rather you didn't use them," Smythe replied. "Major's got a plan and it'd be best not to show the other side anything new." "All right," McLean agreed. "Then I want a Webley for every man that's going into the house with me." "That I can do," Smythe agreed. "I'll have a talk with the armorer, he'll be ready to issue in a few minutes." "I'll get the men ready," McLean replied. "The area's been cordoned off by the local police." Harry spoke in a low voice. "Wards will go up when you're ready to breach." "Yes, sir," McLean agreed. "I have sharpshooters positioned to cover doors and windows, but you're on your own until I bring the rest of the men in," Harry continued. "Any questions?" "No, sir," McLean spoke quietly. "Then get me that house," Harry commanded. "Yes, sir," McLean said with a smile. "You want us to tie a bow on it, sir?" "As is will be fine," Harry replied with a laugh. "Off with you." McLean dropped his smile as he walked towards the men he'd picked to join him on this raid. "Is it a go, Sergeant?" one of the men asked. "We're a go," McLean confirmed. "One last equipment check and on your feet. Let's go." Max had been a Death Eater for 6 months and he could say without hesitation that it was the best 6 months of his life. He'd never cared much about blood issues until the recruiter had pointed out that it was just another reason to push people around. Max had always liked pushing people around and would be forever grateful to the Dark Lord to allow him to take things to the next level. His first kill had been a Muggle, one of the many that had knocked on the door to their current safe house. Max smiled when he heard a knock on the door, looked like he was going to have to add another notch on the handle of his wand. He decided to play it cool as he walked towards the door. It was always fun to watch the disbelief in their eyes as the light faded. "Yes?" he asked as he entered the door to reveal a hard-looking old man. "Can I help you?" "Name's McLean," the old man said with a smirk. "Tell them who sent you when you get to hell." "Wah!" Max began but stopped when he felt a pain in his stomach. Looking down, he was just in time to watch in horror as his intestines snaked onto the ground. "Tougher than I thought you'd be," McLean said calmly as he grabbed the Death Eater's hair with his left hand. A quick jerk doubled the Death Eater over to meet McLean's ascending blade. "That did it," McLean muttered as he stepped over the Death Eater's body. The remaining Death Eaters proved to be no challenge and the raid was over in seconds. "Can't believe they were all bunched up in one room," one of the men said with a grin. "They weren't expecting us," McLean replied. "And there still might be 1 or 2 of them hiding in the other rooms. Don't let your guard down. I want this place secure before the Major takes it in his head to come in here." "Right, Sergeant," the men replied. Slowly, methodically they spread out and began searching the rest of the small house. "McLean, I think you need to come in here." "What is it?" McLean asked in annoyance as he stormed into the room. "Get the Major," McLean said with a frown. "Tell him I have something he needs to see." "Yes, Sergeant," the man agreed. "And tell him to bring the doctor," McLean called out after the retreating man. McLean was let to himself for several minutes before Harry walked through the door. "What is it, McLean?" "On the ground, sir," McLean indicated a shaking woman curled up in the corner. "Looks like they kept her around for a bit of entertainment." "In here, Dr. Harper," Harry called out over his shoulder. "Out of my way," the old woman pushed past Harry. Harry looked down at the pitiful figure. "Anything you can do?" "I can make her comfortable," Dr. Harper replied. "I can't promise anything more than that." "I see." Harry raised his voice. "McLean." "Yes, sir," McLean called out, instantly at Harry's side. "Did we take any of them alive?" Harry growled. "A couple, sir," McLean agreed. "What was that?" Harry asked. "I'm afraid I didn't hear you." "I said no, sir," McLean repeated himself. "They died to the last." "Good," Harry said coldly. "That will be all, Sergeant." "Yes, sir," McLean said without expression. "McLean." Smythe caught the sergeant outside the door. "Find out what they know first." "Right, Sergeant Major," McLean agreed. "How'd it go?" Hermione pounced on Harry as he walked into his office. "We rescued one hostage, took no prisoners, and didn't lose a man," Harry replied. "A success all around." "Hostage? They picked up some poor muggle to keep themselves entertained," Harry explained. "The doctor says that she'll live, but that might not ever. She's like Neville's parents." "Oh," Hermione whispered. "I'm sorry." "Me too," Harry agreed. "St. Mungo's wouldn't even look at her, said it would violate the statute of secrecy." "They what?" "Advised us to wipe her memory and drop her someplace that she'd be found. Or to do the kind thing, as they put it, and kill her," Harry said with false calm. "What did you do?" Hermione asked, afraid to hear the answer. "We took her to a hospital," Harry replied, "and checked her in as a Jane Doe. I told the police that she was a victim of a group of terrorists. They asked us for more information, but I told them that it was all classified. If I had any doubts about what I was planning to do, they died today. I'm going to change the wizarding world or break it and build something new. It can't last as it is." Hermione didn't know how to respond to that. She couldn't think of any words she could say that would make things better. "I'm sorry you had to see that." "So am I," Harry replied. "I'm sorry that anyone had to see that." "What are you going to do now?" "I don't know," Harry whispered. "Well, there are still a few hours of daylight," Hermione began. "Would you like to get something to eat?" "I don't know if I want to go to the Leaky Cauldron right now," Harry said weakly. "Then we won't go to there. Have you ever had a curry?" "Uncle Vernon doesn't approve of foreign foods," Harry said with a smile. "Never had anything that he didn't think came from England." "Then let's go expand your horizons," Hermione said quickly. "Come on, there's a place down the street." "I don't have anything but galleons," Harry protested. "I've got money," Hermione replied, grabbing Harry's hand and dragging him out the door. "But—" "No buts," Hermione snapped. "You don't want to look like a chauvinist, do you? Let me pay for this meal." "Okay," Harry agreed. Hermione dragged Harry down the stairs and past several snickering soldiers. "Going out then?" Smythe asked with a barely concealed grin. "Harry's never had a curry," Hermione explained, "and I can't allow that to stand." "Have fun then," Smythe replied. "We will," Hermione called out over her shoulder. "Hurry up, Harry." "I think I just felt my arm dislocate," Harry muttered. "What was that?" Hermione paused to look back at her friend. "I said I think you're a bit more enthusiastic about this than I'd have thought," Harry amended himself. "I've never seen you like this outside a bookstore." "But Harry, it's curry," Hermione said as if that explained it all. "Something I can't get most of the year because they don't have it at Hogwarts. Don't get me wrong, the food they have is good, it's just that, well, it gets a bit boring to have the same thing day after day." "I think I understand," Harry replied. "Good," Hermione said with a nod. "Now hurry up." "As you command," Harry said with a smirk. Hermione dragged Harry up the street, into a small Indian restaurant, and into the nearest empty table. Harry watched in amusement as Hermione ambushed a waitress and forced the poor woman to take her order. "There," Hermione said smugly. "Our food's on the way." "Good," Harry replied with an amused grin. "Don't say a word," Hermione growled. "Not one," Harry agreed. "So what are you planning to do tomorrow?" Hermione asked, changing the subject. "Inspecting an old base," Harry replied. "From what I've been told, it'll be perfect." "Why's that?" Hermione asked. "Mostly because it has a small empty village," Harry replied. "One that we can build into a magical town." "Why does it have an abandoned village?" It's a leftover from World War II, Harry explained. The government moved everyone out of the town and it's been sitting empty for the last 50 years. Oh, well then. Food's here, she cried out in delight. Harry poked the mass on the plate with his spoon. Yeah. Don't just poke at it, Hermione snapped. Try it. All right. Harry agreed, filling his spoon and put it in his mouth. It's spicy, he choked. You'll get used to that. Do you like it? Hermione demanded. It's good, Harry replied. Just spicy like I said. Is it going to be a problem hiding from Muggles? Hermione asked. No, Harry replied quickly. From what I understand, there's nothing around but tank tracks. Tank tracks? And other bases, Harry continued. Biggest thing I'm worried about is the condition. Place hasn't been occupied for quite some time. That makes sense, Hermione agreed. How's Neville doing? At a guess? Harry asked with a grin. He's wishing he was dead. What, why? Hermione demanded. He wasn't in the best of shape when he joined, Harry explained. He's doing a lot of exercise and undergoing some fairly intense training, lots of physical exertion. It'll be good for him, Hermione said with a smirk. Some of the girls thought it was cute, but he was always embarrassed about the fact that he's built like a sock filled with yogurt. The girls talk about Neville. The girls talk about all the boys, Hermione replied. It's one of the more common topics of discussion. You've been gossiping? Harry asked. One would almost think that you were a girl. I am a girl, Harry, Hermione said playfully. No you're not, Harry disagreed with a grin. What do you eat after having a curry? Hermione shot her friend a look. I like having ice cream. Ice cream? There's never a bad time to have ice cream, Hermione explained. And it'll get rid of any burning sensations that you might still be feeling. Back to the alley, or did you want to go to a normal place? The alley will be fine, Hermione replied after a moment of thought. Then shall we? Harry stood up and offered his arm. Let's, Hermione agreed, taking his arm. The two friends made their way back to the leaky cauldron. Here for lunch? Tom asked as they walked in. Just passing through, Harry replied. How are things doing, Tom? All quiet since your men started watching things, Harry, Tom said with a toothless grin. Good, Harry said. Now if you will excuse us. You two have fun, Tom called out as they walked out. As Harry and Hermione walked out of the cauldron and into the alley, they immediately noticed something different. Do things feel a bit off to you? Harry asked. More people? Hermione ventured, and more smiles. Maybe, Harry agreed uncertainly. It doesn't matter, Hermione shook it off. Come on. Yeah, Harry murmured. They walked the rest of the way up to Fortescue's and were immediately met by the proprietor. Major Potter, Ms. Granger, so happy to have you here. Fortescue shouted. Business has been booming since you made the alley safe for decent folk again. Happy to help, Harry said quickly. Had to ask those men of yours what your rank was, Fortescue continued. Else I would have called you an Auror, and that's scary looking. The man paused to remember something. Sergeant of yours told me it wouldn't be proper. Glad to be of help, Harry assured the man. Anything we can do. Business is up again and it's all thanks to you, Fortescue enthused. Anything you want it cost, anything any of your men want it cost. I can never thank you enough. As I said, Harry repeated himself, we're happy to help. What am I doing keeping you in the door? Fortescue scolded himself. Come in, take the best table in the house. He waved the pair towards the corner booth. Order anything you like. Whatever you recommend, Hermione told the man. Will be fine with us, we know that you'd only give us the best. Right away, Fortescue agreed. Take your time, Harry called out after the man. I've got nothing but time. That was unexpected, Hermione said with a grin. But nice, good to see that more people are finally thanking you. Yes, Harry corrected. I don't do this alone. Finus, Hermione conceded. Not that I've been doing much for you the last few weeks. Well, Harry said uncomfortably. Don't be like that, Hermione scolded playfully. We haven't been doing much that would require research is all. Right, Harry agreed. Here you are. Fortescue was back in a flash with their order. Large sundae with 2 spoons, enjoy. 2 spoons, Harry muttered after Fortescue had left. Just pick it up and eat, Hermione ordered. So what do you think about? Hey, is that Susan? I think it is, Harry agreed. Hey Susan, over here. Harry, Hermione. Susan's eyes lingered for a moment on the bowl of ice cream for a moment. What are you two doing here? Just enjoying a bit of time off, Hermione replied. How about you? I'm meeting my aunt for some shopping, Susan explained. Isn't it great the way things have quieted down, isn't it? Yeah, it is, Hermione agreed. Pity the same thing doesn't happen to Knockturn Alley, Susan said with a grin. But I guess you can't have everything. Thanks again, Harry. I gotta go, bye guys. No problem, Harry said to his classmates retreating back. What was that all about? Don't worry about it, Hermione said as she put another spoonful in her mouth. I do have to wonder about Knockturn though, Harry continued. Even if it didn't provide much benefit to Voldemort, it could still be a major propaganda coup. Propaganda coup? Hermione asked with a raised eyebrow. Convince fence-sitters that we're winning, and that Tom doesn't have a chance. Harry continued. All else fails, it might keep them neutral. I know, Hermione said with a grin. I'm just surprised to hear you talking like that. It's my job to know these things, Harry said with a shrug. It's just hard to believe it sometimes, Hermione explained. It's just that I have a hard time believing that all this is happening sometimes. I half expect to wake up one morning to find that it's all been a dream. Finished? Harry glanced over at his friend's bowl. Yeah, Hermione replied. Why? No hurry, but there are a few things I'd like to discuss with your grandfather. Let's go then, Hermione agreed. As the sweat pouring down from his forehead burned his eyes and the straps on his pack dug painfully into his shoulders, Neville cursed the name Harry Potter and damned himself for ever getting the notion that joining the army could ever be a good idea. Close that gap, sir, one of the instructors screamed. Maintain your intervals. Damn, Neville sighed as he picked up the pace to get closer to the man marching in front of him. Whoever thought it would be a good idea to have a 40-kilometer march? Only 5 more to go, sir, one of the instructors whispered to Neville as he marched by. We're in the home stretch. My shoulders hurt, my eyes hurt, and my feet hurt, Neville said with a forced grin. No point in stopping now and letting that all be for nothing. That's the spirit, sir, the instructor agreed. I'm gonna kill him, Neville muttered to himself. I'm gonna bloody kill Harry frigging Potter when I see him next. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.